bafuni kitegeeza ati bafuni kyeti
Honourable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item number 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Colleagues, I welcome you to today's sitting. Most of you from Mombasa. I don't know whether that's where Honorable Remricha got the new dress. Honorable members, at the start of this month, due to heavy rains, we lost over 28 people in mudslides in Bulamburi district. This kind of death traumatizes the communities, and it's a very big loss to the nation. And it's been recurring. Most of these things have been happening year in, year out. On behalf of Parliament and on my own behalf, I want to express our sincere condolences to the families who lost their dear ones, the people of Bulamburi, and the country at large. I urge the Right Honourable Prime Minister to fast track the relocation, and I saw her in the field doing hard work. I urge her to fast track the relocation of the affected people so that we don't lose more. And I want to add a voice that the leaders from the affected areas should give her all the necessary support and government to ensure that we prevent this from happening again by taking preventive measures. Also, colleagues, on Saturday 14th December 2024, we lost a gallant son of our country, the Honorable Dr. Frank Anabwiso, a former member of this House. He represented the people of Kagoma County in the 7th Parliament. He was an accomplished politician and educationist who contributed immensely to the development of Soga region and the country at large. I have received a copy of the motion to pay respect to the late from the Right Honourable Prime Minister, and with time I'll be according it space on the order paper so that we can pay a befitting tribute to that gallant son of ours. And I want to thank government for considering that motion important. And on the same note, our colleagues, Honorable Semuju Uganda, And Honorable Samuel Uganda lost his father, Haji Ari Nkwanga Nganda, who passed on the 12th of December 2024. Honorable Pauline Chaka also lost her father, Mzee Paul Chaka. I request that we stand up and we observe a minute of silence.
May their souls rest in eternal peace.
Our colleagues, join me in congratulating our colleagues who participated on the 14th edition of the East African Parliamentary Games in Mombasa, Kenya. The teams excelled in many disciplines, but at an appropriate time, I'll give the chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Sports Club to present the trophies that we won in Mombasa. I also want to congratulate all other East African countries which participated in the games as we continue to deepen the integration process. Special thanks go to the Republic of Kenya and its Parliament for the wonderful hospitality, and the President of the Republic of Kenya who graced the opening ceremony. They prepared very well and were well hosted in Mombasa. And I want to thank our staff of Parliament who gave us all the support that we needed. At the end of this, once we finish this session, colleagues, you are all invited for the annual end of year party today, 19th December 2024, in the parking yard. We held prayers at that same place early morning, and the Archbishop declared it a holy ground. So, and we appointed Honorable Esenu, Honorable Robina, Honorable Bahati to monitor those who will not dance in a prayerful manner. So in the dance you do, please, you dance in a very prayerful manner so that we don't distort what we achieved today at our holy ground. Okay? Yeah. We don't want those dancing strokes which we saw in some of these. Yeah. Honorable colleagues, I don't know, the Minister of Finance is not yet here, but I'll request him to comment later. Honorable colleagues, oh, yes, Honorable Amos is here. Sorry. Honorable Msasisa has been coming all the time, so sometimes we forget my brother. But, yeah, but thank you. Honorable colleagues, recently I received a call from someone who identified herself as an agent of Mangu Cash, an online money lending app, threatening me to repay a loan of someone who borrowed and put my number as the next of kin. I didn't know about anything about this company, and I had never signed for anyone as the next of kin. I humbly explained to the lady that I didn't know what she was talking about. I don't know the company, I don't know the person, but I was rudely responded to. I said maybe I should say who I am. Then when I said who I was, that even became worse. They said, that's why I've told you you're a con man. Yeah? But how did you allow, you know? So I had read something from India where some people are committing suicide because of those apps. Now, how those apps work, you download it on your phone, and in consent, you allow them to access your numbers. So they access your numbers, they access your photos. So they start using, because they don't have any security and any connection, they put anyone as next of kin. You're allowed to put any numbers next of kin. So now they start threatening, sending you messages, threatening. I'm told some of them, they send compromised, doctored pictures from artificial intelligence, saying if you don't. So I decided to put this on my Twitter handle. to see the response of the public. Colleagues, people outside there are dying. People are dying. People are being tortured. Only to reach home, and my wife showed me she had been receiving also messages from another company threatening her. Then I started receiving from government officials, from people sending me, but this is what we've been going through all the time. Someone goes, puts your number as next of kin, borrows money, and then they disappear, and then they come for you. So, these apps, they are a menace because they seem not to be traceable. And the trend I got from the public was they are owned by people you can't touch. Even when you try, they fight back badly. But they use very, very crude methods of... there is a gentleman called Ronald Legessa. I was told he had been fighting with them online and all that, but they are strong. They are very, very strong. So Honorable Minister of Finance, lucky enough I had called Honorable Musasiza about it. Attorney General, these online lending apps, they are killing people because they are not regulated. Money lending is a regulated business. Anyone can be allowed to do it. But these ones seem to be playing below the radar, where there is no monitoring, where there is no regulation. It's only harassment. So I shared with the Minister of Finance and Honorable Minister Musasizi. Now you're the regulator. The regulation function, we put it under the ministry through merger. Anything you want to comment on?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you shared with me, I brought it to the attention of the officer responsible in the central bank, and he acknowledged that this is a matter which has already been brought to their attention, and he advised that we give them time to do proper investigation, and the outcome of the investigation will be reported to the public through Parliament and yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, I think what is very important is we don't want to kill anyone's business, but we are saying let them be regulated and work within regulations. I think it would be very, very critical. So the regulation aspect.
I think, Mr. Speaker, the issue is not about regulation, because what is happening is illegal. The legal one, the regular one, is regulated and there is no problem there. But what these people are doing, like they came to you, they were doing it illegally. And this is what we are investigating, and we shall give a full report to the House.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, in a month's time, you will be able to give us feedback. Okay, good. Honourable colleagues, lastly, I will amend the order paper to allow the Minister of Education and Sports to present the National Sports Amendment Bill 2024 due to the urgency that I was notified of. The Minister of Finance to present the 4th National Development Plan and supplementary schedule for financial 2024, Schedule 1 for financial 2024-2025. And the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries to present a statement on hosting of the African Union Extraordinary Assembly on the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program. Thank you, Honourable colleagues. I will handle matters of national importance after these items. But I didn't comment anything on education. The bill will come. Yeah. So, Honourable Linus.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Like the Minister of Finance free sitting.
Order, Honorable Sewungu.
Mr. Speaker, with your directives, you say that this law is for ministers. And above all, I'm a shadow minister. And the honorable member, Linos, is ever hitting us thoroughly on our side, abusing ministers. So is it in order to access our microphone, where a smart minister like me is speaking from at this juncture?
Thank you. No, honorable colleagues, you know, when the House is not full, each party should sit within their position. When the House is not full, we usually say free sitting when the House is very full. Because the chief whip on this side needs to count his numbers and see his troops and communicate easily. So, but on speaking, you can speak from any microphone. Okay? But on sitting, the front row is for the shadow cabinet. So, Honorable Linus.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Like we are talking about the online and the money, those people lend money. I think Ministry of Finance should work together hand in hand with UCC, because UCC regulates the social media and others, and most of these borrowers and lenders use the social media for clients to access money. So I think they should work together in order to come up with a comprehensive report. Thank you.
Honorable Angura.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I know you've talked about the trophies that will be coming, but I want to congratulate you in advance for being part of the team. Honorable Speaker, you've talked about these conmen. Last week, I also received a call from someone who said was calling from Border Banja. I asked, what is Border Banja? He insisted and emphasized, we are demanding you here. Your details were brought here as a surety, as someone who's taking responsibility for Banja. And it became difficult for me to continue with that argument. So what you're saying, there are so many people who've positioned themselves very well, are running away with our addresses, and it is starting to become a problem to us. When I insisted on this person to give me details, he only told me, we are going to come for you. I said, but now come for me. So what you're saying should be taken seriously. Let government help us such that many of our people are dying quietly with this kind of scams that are happening. I thank you very much.
Honorable Chirumira.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday on the 18th of December,
you can pick another microphone.
Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday on the 18th of December, military personnel raided one of the business premises of the leadership of the National Unity Platform.
Honorable, that's not part of my communication.
I'm coming up with a procedural matter.
No. You see, this is a reaction to my communication. You must limit yourself to what I've communicated. Then you can raise those issues under matters of national importance. I want us to be organized. Yeah. Honorable Macho, then Honorable Shiboga Christine.
Mr. Speaker, in your communication, I noted one thing unseen, that this year, the Speaker in the chair, you, and Madam Speaker, the Right Honorable Anita Mo, you did a good service to this country by passing so many good bills that I believe will help our people in Uganda. And Mr. Speaker...
Honorable, it's you who passed the bills, not...
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, as a presiding officer, I cannot cross to 2025 without appreciating you. You're a blessing to this country, and therefore... And Mr. Speaker, also at the same time, I want to appreciate the parliamentary sports team that went to Mombasa of Guru, whereby my sister and good friend Namuga was one of the best players. The fact I appreciate LOP for having allowed your people to go to Guru to play in all the sports. This is...
We had no sports in the Guru. Mombasa.
Mr. Speaker, I'm calling it Guru because Mombasa is nearer than Guru of Uganda. But however, I want to appreciate the National Unity Platform for having allowed its members to go and participate in the parliamentary games. This is a demonstration that there are people who are patriotic, who love their country, and the trophies that we have brought, I believe, will make the flag of Uganda fly high. Thank you very, very much for participating in that.
Thank you, Chiboga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm reacting to your submission on the theft. There is also an application called the Afro Mobile, which was hosting a number of televisions and radio stations. They no longer give a service, but they receive subscriptions. And people are not informed about the fault that application has. We continue to pay subscription, but the periods end and you are not reversed anything. So I request that they do not only look out for individual challenges like the speakers experienced, but dive into the whole applications. Mango Cash and that Border Banja and the Afro Mobile should have some limitations online. And then people stop, for example, using them. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I think we are having a problem with technology in this country. People are wrongly using technology. I've received very many messages from people saying their WhatsApp has been hacked, including colleagues on our own platform. The colleague posting, they've hacked my WhatsApp. They are extorting money from people. Please ignore and all that. I think our IT team maybe you would again need to enlighten our members, but Ministry for ICT, they should look into this issue of abuse of technology, which is supposed to be facilitating easy transactions, easy operations, but now is being used by the wrong people. Honorable Rem Richard.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Right Honorable Speaker for the opportunity. And the Right Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate you and the team for the work well done in Mombasa. The Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to react to your communication about the floods. I also want to send my sympathy to the people of Blambuli for the people, the lives lost. It was very unfortunate. But the Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I have an issue with the office of the Prime Minister. In Toroko, we've had floods since 2019. People are living in water. Have come here several times really lamenting. And the office of the Prime Minister, they had promised to buy land and relocate these people. The Right Honorable Speaker, up to now, no land. People are still living in water. Recently, the waters on Lake Albert were increasing. So more places are being eaten up. People are living in camps in a terrible situation. So the Right Honorable Speaker, we really pray that the office of the Prime Minister takes action as they relocate people in Blambuli. Toroko should not be left out. I want to thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. That's for noting, and it will be passed on to the Prime Minister. What's the procedural issue, Honorable Songo?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a procedural issue, and I'm happy that the Minister of Education is here. We first got it as a rumor that teachers marking UNEB.
Honorable, that's not a procedural matter. I'm sorry. That's not a procedural matter. Procedural matters are to do with things going on here now. So those are matters of national importance. I'll give you a chance. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Sarah, you have an issue?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to also congratulate the Ugandan team that participated in the East African Legislative Assembly Games and to welcome you back from Mombasa. However, Right Honorable Speaker, the year is coming to an end and today may be our last sitting. But we've had games. This is the 14th East African Legislative Assembly Games. And when games have been going on, Parliament has been sitting, because not all members of Parliament actually participate. Majority of us actually remained here, over 300 members of Parliament. So I am just requesting, Right Honourable Speaker, that as we move to the 15th Iyala Games, even when the games are going on, let business continue. Because we have issues, we have motions, and we are going into elections, Right Honourable Speaker. By next year, April, you may not see members here. We have a lot of pending motions before you on your desk, not yet handled. So I want just to plead that even when there are Iyala Games, the House should continue with its business. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Nakut.
Right Honourable Speaker, to speak to the matters you had communicated, I would suggest that, just like other countries do, they regulate the kind of apps that are acceptable within a jurisdiction. That the Ministry of ICT looks into that matter, so that not all apps from anywhere can find place in Uganda, even the harmful ones.
Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker, I also have a request. On the 14th of October, this House honored me and gave me the responsibility of leading the ad hoc committee to make an inquiry into Posta Uganda. We've been doing our work pretty well, except we had time constrained. One of the key witnesses was indisposed for some weeks, but also one of the witnesses hinted to us that we needed to do a further investigation because the information at our disposal accounted for only 10%. So I request that you allow my committee more time. 8 weeks will do us good.
Wow. Honourable, we've gone into the budgeting process. And yes, Honourable Nambesha, you want, is it on the same? No. Yes, we've gone into the budgeting process. We cannot afford 8 weeks because I need members to be released to go back to sector committees to work on their budgets. I think, Honourable colleagues, if we give them 4 weeks, it would work. Isn't it? So 4 weeks. We've granted you 4 more weeks. And please
much obliged.
Thank you. Lope.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to add my voice to yours to give a congratulatory message to members who participated in the interparliamentary sports in Mombasa. Mr. Speaker, other than my good friend and as coffee, the Honourable Macho vulgarizing this wonderful sport. It's not merely about competition. It is about fostering unity, deepening and widening the integration, and also nurturing talent. Mr. Speaker, on the issue you raised of the online lending scam, it bears a very close similarity with what the honourable member of Katikamu was raising. Chirumira, the Honourable Chirumira. What happened in Busabala is of physical, the one of online are invisible. But these particular ones in Busabala, and it happened yesterday evening, are of physical, armed, and uniformed military officers that invaded and subjugated the workers at this particular beach. And they visited all manner of brutality on them. A number of them are maimed as we talk. And this is a matter that is a matter of urgent public importance, Mr. Speaker, which requires investigation, and even the perpetrators of this terrorist action should be brought to book. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Now, sometimes depends on how you want to bring matters. Because this is a matter which I would put the minister to task, okay, to explain. But when you bring it under my communication. It's just a comment. It is just a comment. That's what I was emphasizing, Honorable Chirumel. When you bring such a matter, it should be a question to a minister to explain on why this happened. Next item. Next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper, bills first reading. 1, the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Sewunga, I'll give you a chance.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to move that the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2024 be read the first time. I beg to move.
Honorable Minister, is there a certificate of financial implication?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. It is accompanied by the certificate of financial implications. I beg to lay.
Thank you. I'll refer the bill to the committee on public service for consideration and report back in accordance with Rule 129.
The Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2024. Item 3.2, the Uganda People's Defense Forces Amendment Bill 2024.
Honourable Minister for Defense.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members of Parliament, pursuant to Rule 1282 of the Rules of Procedure, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Uganda People's Defense Forces Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the first time. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, the bill is duly accompanied by the Certificate of Financial Implication in compliance with the Rule 118 of the Rules of Procedure and Section 76 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I refer the bill to the Committee on Defence and Internal Affairs for processing and reporting back.
The Uganda People's Defense Forces Amendment Bill 2024.
Procedure, Honourable Sarah.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for bringing the UPDF Amendment Bill. But recall, Right Honourable Speaker, you were actually in the chair some time back. I raised the issue of uniformed officers dressing themselves with hoods during the day and carrying guns. I was at an event where the Honourable Minister was, and she actually witnessed this herself. Why should we have UPDF officers or even police officers dressed in hoods, carrying guns in public during the day? It is only thieves who do that. Right Honourable Speaker, she actually indicated she was coming to respond. She is now here. Can I hear whether that is actually one of the amendments in the bill? Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
No, yes, Honourable colleagues, when a minister is coming to respond here, he seeks for space on the order paper, and then we give it to them. I don't want to ambush a minister here. Let her prepare her response. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Honourable colleagues, like I told you earlier on, we are going to amend the order paper to receive the sports amendment bill.
Bills first reading, the National Sports Amendment Bill 2024.
Honourable Minister for Sports.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, pursuant to Rule 128.1 and 2 of the Rules of Procedure.
Colleagues, I need order in the House. Order.
I beg to move that the National Sports Amendment Bill be read for the first time. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, the bill is duly accompanied by the Certificate of Financial Implication in compliance with Section 76 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and Rule 118 of the Rules of Procedure. Right Honourable Speaker, with your permission, allow me move a motion for the suspension of Rule 129 of the Rules of Procedure. Right Honourable Speaker, before you refers the bill.
Honourable, I haven't allowed you. You asked and I haven't allowed you. So, because before you do that, okay, we must first announce it for first reading. Okay? Otherwise, we'll have jumped a critical stage. Clerk?
The National Sports Amendment Bill 2024.
Thank you. So, Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, colleagues here are making me laugh, but that's not for now. I'll answer that after I've moved the roll. Right Honourable Speaker, I move a motion for the suspension of Rule 129 of the Rules of Procedure. Right Honourable Speaker, before you refer to the committee, refer the bill to the relevant sectoral committee, I move that Rule 129 of the Rules of Procedure be suspended to enable direct and urgent consideration of the bill by the House without referral to the committee. Right Honourable Speaker, the justification for the suspension of Rule 129 is the urgent need to align the provision of the National Sports Act with the World Anti-Doping Code and the UNESCO International Convention Against Doping. Uganda has to urgently comply with this requirement, lest we risk losing the hosting rights of CHAN, AFCON, and other international competitions here. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm aware that the House might go into recess, so I beseech the August House to directly consider the bill before the bill has 4 clauses all related to the amendment to align with the law with the global anti-doping standards. I beg to move, Right Honourable Speaker.
Before I put a question, honourable colleagues, I discussed this with the Minister and the Attorney General, and I had to look through the bill. Basically, the clauses, the 4 clauses which they have put in a bill, there is nothing to do with our local regulations or what. It's only just cutting and pasting from international regulations to do with anti-doping. Okay? There is nothing outside that. So, but it's very, very, maybe Attorney General, I don't know if you want to add on something, then I will allow. Then I will put a question. Because I should put a question on whether the motion is seconded, but you see, members should know what they are seconding before anything else.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, you recall that sometime last year we did bring the National Sports Bill for enactment by this House. At the time of bringing this bill, we did make mention to the requirements to comply with the World Anti-Doping Code. Upon sending the bill back to the World Anti-Doping Association, they required that certain aspects be specifically stated in the bill, and particularly stating that the code, this particular code, will be adopted in as far as doping. So the 4 provisions that we are dealing with in this bill relate to introducing the code for anti-doping into the law, specifically for that purpose. And secondly, they required that there must be clarity on the issue of the independence of the body that is handling anti-doping. Say that we need to state clearly that it is independent. So those are the 2 aspects, and they all relate to compliance with the World Anti-Doping Code. And I beseech colleagues to take it in good faith and allow us to proceed with this bill.
Before I put a question, Honourable Seungu, we wanted to...
Mr. Speaker, The Committee of Education has some time back run a bill for within 2 days, and it was processed and returned here, and we never had challenges. But as you've stated, Mr. Speaker, that you met the Attorney General, the Minister, but our side, I'm the Shadow Minister of Education who processed the bill. We have not been involved. And the Attorney General specifically looking at you, as you also do the same. You know that when you are looking at the law, sections of the law always move within others as you try to interpret them. So we had very serious clauses on anti-doping on the bill, the act we passed, assented by the powers that may be. So how does our side come in to prove what you are saying, and what's the urgency? What's the urgency of this bill? Me, I would pray, give this committee time, Monday and Tuesday, we process that, we look at what the amendments want to make, other than, because even you know what, with the sports, there are other international laws where we are signatories. So, Mr. Attorney General, how would you feel through the Speaker that he would give us, because our side, I doubt, we have the Shadow Minister, Attorney General, who is not informed. So how do we come in to accept? No. And my good friend, the Honorable Gwang, not even sending a call to me to look at the amendments he wants to make. So how will I generate a minority report after moving it straight on the floor by suspending a rule on a matter which is not so urgent? Where is the urgency for this amendment? Because we are ready to do it, Mr. Speaker.
I think it's important to talk about the urgency, because even me, they told me about the urgency, but I reached out to the ROP, acting ROP, and I explained to him, and I had told him that the shadow Minister for Sports should link up so that the two harmonize, but it was late. But it's not that as the presiding officer, I didn't reach out to the opposition side. I did. Yeah.
We most obliged, Mr. Speaker. But you see, even when I'm going to move anything in the committee, we have a technical team on our side. And the reading is very important. Actually, I can tell the Attorney General that up to now regulations for the law we passed have never been produced by Minister of Education.
Now, when I was saying, let's make it very simple, okay? If these are international provisions, okay, from the code of anti-doping agency, they are not allowing you to add a comma, they are not allowing you to have a full stop. They are saying for your sports people to participate in international law, you must adopt this, okay? So would it be, the issue is on the urgency? Yes, Honorable Jonathan Odor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, we need to have the bill properly before the House. And I submit that it is not. When the minister moved for the first reading, the bill has not been accepted. So we cannot even proceed to that next step to consider whether it's urgent. That should be the first step. But the second one is that even when a matter is urgent, it is proper that procedures are followed. It's not proper for the minister to come and hurry as if these houses are just robots, a group of robots seated here to process their business. The procedures must be followed. His explanation for the urgency should come that maybe this week or next week you have a group of athletes from Uganda who are going to participate, and if we don't pass it today, it means they are not going to pass. It has not come out. So I propose that we first receive the bill, and the bill is referred appropriately, and then if the executive has any issue, then they can stand out and move that motion, and then we can then consider that motion.
No, Honorable Jonathan, I'm the one who guided that way, because the bill's title is already read for the first reading. Now, on reference, because the clerk called it, so on reference, okay, this is where if I refer it to the committee, now you go through the process of getting it from the committee back to the House. So I had not yet referred it. But the moment the title is called, okay, and announced, we have it for the first reading. We called it for first reading, and we've had, no, the clerk did. The clerk did, yeah. I don't know. I don't know whether I wasn't hearing properly, but
Mr. Speaker, yeah. The clerk called the item, and the minister moved. After the minister has moved, the clerk is supposed to read that title.
He did.
Which he did not.
He did.
I was here. But it's okay. We can leave it.
I think maybe for clarification, the minister went on the floor to move. I stopped him. I said you cannot continue before the clerk can read the title. And the clerk read the title. But clerk read it again for satisfaction of my colleagues and for the record. Yes.
The National Sports Amendment Bill 2024.
Thank you. So, Honourable Minister, the urgency, the issues on the urgency. Yes. How urgent? Because we are going for a recess. So how urgent during this period won't you be able to work without it?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Colleagues, first of all, I want to talk about the international events which as a country we have already got the hosting rights. To begin with, we have CHAN, which I want to confirm, beginning 1st of Jan, going forward, I have the Confederation of African Football team here in the country. Actually, to be on record, Right Honourable Speaker, you are aware that on Saturday, the President of the Confederation of African Football, with the members of the CAF executive, are visiting Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. However, we have received serious warning letters from the World Anti-Doping Agency telling us the urgency for us to align our laws, the National Sports Act, with the World Anti-Doping Code, like the Attorney General is saying. Without this, even our own athletes who have been going to compete in other international competition, even the flag of Uganda is not going to be allowed to fly in all areas where those specific athletes go and compete from. Secondly, we have then the AFCON, which is coming for purpose of Uganda. So we have this matter, even those Ugandans who qualify to go and bid or to go and get elected international sports events, they will not be allowed to compete or to participate in those events if we don't pass this very specific code. So for that matter, Right Honourable Speaker, I'm also aware of the parliamentary program, Right Honourable Speaker. The parliamentary program, I am very sure today, you might adjourn the House. So for that matter, I would beg, honourable colleagues, that we have this bill be passed like it have clearly come out to say. It is specifically aligning our law into the World Anti-Doping Agency provisions of the law. So, colleagues, there are specifically 4 sections or 4 provisions in this law. So, even if, Right Honourable Speaker, you say that we send this law to the committee, I want to implore my colleague, particularly the Shadow Minister of Sports and then the Shadow Minister of Education and Sports. I regret having not called you. You know, me and you talk. For that matter, I want to please beg with you that you allow we move as a team for purposes of us approving this law. I thank you so much.
Chair of the committee, have you looked at the bill? Because the copies should be in the pigeonhole, but also the bill we should be able to display it here.
Right Honourable Speaker, I've looked at the bill and there is nothing dangerous to our old act that we passed. It's a matter of realigning the international regulations with our act. So there is nothing dangerous, Right Honourable Speaker.
I now put the question that Rule 129 be suspended to enable the House proceed to the second reading of the National Sports Amendment Bill 2024. Those in favor, aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Now, Honourable...
The National Sports Amendment Bill 2024.
Honourable colleagues, I want this to go on record, because sometimes you have, when you're presiding officer, and these things are brought to you, you have to go back, okay, and you first look through. I wouldn't also accept that you rush in something which would need scrutiny, much scrutiny. But what I saw, and the bill is going to be displayed here, if you find issues that are not to do with anti-doping agency regulations, then we drop them. Okay? It's very, very clear. It's a small bill, very, very small. We should be able to handle it, and we are in. For sure, honourable colleagues. Yeah. Jonathan, handle honourable saying for me. Honorable colleagues, in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have religious leaders, some of the religious leaders who presided over the Parliament of Uganda end-of-year prayers and Thanksgiving service. Sheikh Muhammad Bukenya, Deputy Mufti of Uganda. Sheikh Suleiman Kaketo, Amir of the Tabrik sect, Clock Tower Mosque. Dr. Ali Sulaiman Warugembe, Imam of Masjid Fawz. Monsignor John Baptist Kauta, Secretary General of the Uganda Episcopal Conference. Reverend Father Ponsian Kawesa, Chaplain of the Parliamentary Catholic Chaplains. Reverend Gillian Okero, Chaplain of the Parliamentary Anglican Chaplains. Reverend Dr. Murindo Muonge, Church Relations Manager at Uganda Christian University. The service was led by His Grace, Rook Orombi, retired Archbishop of Church of Uganda. And a declaration was made that every MP who attended will return back to Parliament in 2026. Those of us who have already booked our seats, we are praying for you, honorable colleagues who missed out. But you will also make it. Yeah, you will also make it. Okay? Yes. Clerk?
Bill second reading, the National Sports Amendment Bill 2024.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, in accordance with the Rule 130 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Sports Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time.
Is the motion seconded? Yes. Honourable Remricha, Honourable Tamaguzi, Honourable Christine Nachboero, Entebbe Municipality, Brigadier Charity, Gomba West, Chiruhura, Kapchora, Chair Education, Vice Chair Education, Deputy Prime Minister, majority of members of this House. Honorable Nwagaba Wilfred, Honorable Singo. Yes. So, Honourable Minister, can you just, in a short summary, speak to the motion?
Right Honourable Speaker, the object of the bill of the National Sports Amendment Bill 2024 is to align the National Sports Act, Cap 151, relating to the anti-doping with the World Anti-Doping Code and to provide for the related matters. So, Right Honourable Speaker, like I had earlier on said, the other one, of course, is to not to allow our country to be banned from participating in the international competition for purposes of complying with the World Anti-Doping Code. So, honorable colleagues, I beg that this bill is supported for its amendment. I thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, for the record, let me lay the certificate of financial implication on table because it's here to accompany it. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, I now put the question that the National Sports Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time. Those in favour say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The National Sports Amendment Bill 2024. Bills Committee stage.
Can I request that you display the bill? IT, display the bill.
The National Sports Amendment Bill 2024. Clause 1.
I put the question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put the question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor.
Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to interest honourable colleagues on clause 1 specifically on or any other violation of article. Instead of 3, it's article 2 of the World Anti-Doping Code. Can we go to clause 1?
No, we shall recommit it. We've already bypassed.
Okay.
And Honourable Minister, if you have any amendments, please, you are at me. Okay? Yeah. On clause 2, Honourable Saro Pendi.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Chair. Chair, I want to find out, when you read clause 2 as it is, it says the National Anti-Doping Organization, including staff and directors, shall be appointed on terms and conditions outlined in the internal regulations adopted by the minister. Now, in the previous bill, it was stating that the minister shall appoint the staff. So when you say that members of the organization shall be appointed and you don't mention who is going to appoint them? We need to be clear, because where it brings in the minister, it says based on the terms and conditions outlined in the internal regulations adopted by the minister. So previously, it was, to me, the previous provision was clear. It was saying the minister shall appoint the staff. So what is different in this particular clause?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honourable Chair. What is expected of us, and you're correct, in the last provision, the minister was supposed to set the terms and conditions of appointment of these persons who are sitting in these offices. What WADA, World Anti-Doping Agency, requires of us is that we are required to adopt the regulations as set internationally, and that the minister should not have a direct control in a way to fetter their independence. So that is the change here. So here what this provision is saying, you adopt the regulations here, internally the minister adopts them, and they are appointed in accordance with those regulations.
So, Chair, is the Attorney General talking about international regulations or internal regulations? Because the bill is talking about internal regulations.
Yes, they are internal regulations adopted by the minister, so they exist. We are required to adopt them.
So, Attorney General, the minister adopts international regulations, then once they are adopted, they become internal. Okay, is that?
There are existing regulations which we are required to adopt here, and once they are adopted here, they now become your regulation. Domestication, kind of.
Mr. Chairman, the Attorney General is oblivious of what he commenced with. You talked about the anti-doping code. And that code literally is a document, a core document that harmonizes the anti-doping policies, regulations, and rules, which you should take us through, not the internal ones.
Attorney General seems not to be getting you well.
I'm reminding you of the code, which is merely a core document that harmonizes the anti-doping policies, rules, and regulations. And these are all international. Do we have internal? Honestly.
Mr. Chairman.
Chair.
If it's a drafting issue, we can have it sorted. Yeah.
Mr. Attorney General, where the guy asked the issue of regulations, and when we talk about international regulations, we have to domesticate them. Have we done so? Or it is going to be done after? Make us know. Because I know the way we are rushing with these amendments, we're in the committee stage. Could you help us know that, Mr. Attorney General? But me, I think we can have internal regulations supposed to be brought by Ministry of Education.
Right, Honorable Chair, I mean not, I don't know whether this is appropriate, but if you looked at the amendment 53, section 53, which is clause 3, what you're talking about is exactly what we are required to do. It is saying that we are required to insert a clause in here to publish in the media and wide circulation the international anti-doping in timely manner following the adoption of the amendments by the standards. So what they are saying is that once they do any amendments there, you adopt them here through those processes. So that's what we are looking to achieve. Yes, after this amendment, because we didn't provide for it, we didn't provide for that gazetting of those regulations here.
Yes, Jonathan.
Chair, the section of the law that the amendment is intended for reads as follows: the minister shall appoint members of the National Anti-Doping Organization on such terms and conditions as the minister may determine. That is what we have in the current law. Now, when you look at the section 52, where we establish the National Anti-Doping Organization, we have stated, and we name the members, the chairperson and 4 other members. Here, the inclusion of the word staff and directors must be justified. Because under 51 and 52, where we establish the organization, the staff and directors, we don't have those two. The wording director. But even then, if the minister says he wants the power to appoint, I find that the provision in the law as it is actually better, because it says as the minister may determine. So you already have the powers to determine whether according to the regulations or according to another instrument. So we must get justification why staff and directors are now being included, and yet we had agreed that there is 1 chairperson and then 4 other members who are going to form the National Anti-Doping Organization.
Attorney General?
I think here what we are dealing with here is that what the World Anti-Doping Agency would not like to see happen is any minister at any time determining the terms. So when I'm appointing a person X this time, I set these terms. Another time I set different terms. That means that the person who in essence negotiates best terms gets those terms for appointment. So what they want to see happen is that the terms that you're going to be appointing these members against must be known at any given time before you exercise that decision. So they are saying, get these terms, get them what the person is supposed to be, what qualifications they're supposed to be, what they're supposed to do, gazette them. So whoever is appointed at any time is appointed against those terms. So what they're saying that if you have the minister with the discretion to determine the terms at any given time, then that means the independence of this person who is being appointed is being taken away by the fact that his terms of employment, his terms of service are determined at the whim of the minister. That is what this clause is trying to remove.
Yeah, honorable colleagues, where I've seen a difference, I'm seeing in the original bill, in the act, the minister may determine, okay? But in the amendment, the minister will only adopt, meaning it's not the minister who is going to make, meaning it's not the minister who is not going to make these regulations. The minister will adopt the regulations that are going to be made. Now we need to know by who, by World Anti-Doping Agency. But in the current law, the way it is, it was the minister to determine. So now this one gives more independence to the agents than the current law. Okay? I had Honorable Ruhunda.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I totally agree with what you have indicated and submitted on this matter, because international regulations are a standard for the whole globe to adopt, and you cannot change according to your own tune. So I think this is why the current request is to see that the minister does not in any way influence, the appointments and even change regulations at his own or her own whim. So they must be tied and create the independence that is desired. So that's why I think we are the right direction.
Now, Attorney General, we are having two issues. We are handling two issues at once. Okay? There was an issue of independence, which we seem to be now agreeing. Honorable colleagues, what's going on? Do we need an anti-talking agency in Parliament? Sorry about that. No, we are having two scenarios, and we seem to be settling one. The one of powers, where the minister's influence should be reduced. Okay, that one we seem to agree, because the current law says the minister will determine, the amendment says a minister will adopt. Clear. But now Honorable Jonathan Odur is talking about composition. Okay? You're bringing in people, you're bringing in individuals who are not considered in the bill, and you're not providing for them in the amendment.
I do understand what the honorable member was saying. I think here what we had, we were talking about the anti-doping organization shall consist of the following members. That is what the clause had. A chairperson and 4 other members with knowledge and experience in anti-doping. What WADA is saying, these 5 people here will not be the ones running the entire anti-doping agency. There will be people who actually go and take the samples. There will be people who investigate. All those people are there, and they're saying that the protection that needs to be given should not be given only to the board and the top leadership of the anti-doping agency. It should be given to all the staff. Even those who go to take samples from the athletes need to be protected, hence this introduction. So here what we are saying is that the organization shall consist of the following members, and the members including the staff. So what we are saying here is that there will be that top agency of the board, but we are saying the protection that is being provided here must extend to the staff and members, all of them.
But Attorney General, Honorable Jonathan Odur is saying you are not proposing to amend Section 52(1). You're leaving it the way it is. So you're only providing 52(2). So he's saying, do you think it will work without amending 52(1)?
Yes, if you give me a minute, Mr. Chairman, we have already provided for staff and members. They are provided for in here. What this clause is looking to introduce is their protection. Okay. But this agency this law already provides for the appointment of staff of this agency. This provision only introduces the protection. Let me identify the clause.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, on the same issue. Chair, regulations I thought are adopted by Cabinet. It's not a single minister that can adopt regulations. And this particular clause states that the minister, members of the National Anti-Doping Organization, including staff and directors, shall be appointed based on terms and conditions outlined in internal regulations adopted by the minister. It should be Cabinet. A single minister cannot adopt the regulations. That is my understanding. So, Chair, unless this is specific, but how I wish also under interpretation that we can actually define what we mean by internal regulations so that whoever is reading it understands that the internal regulations being referred to here are maybe the international.
I think we have to correct that impression. We cannot put anything in the law dealing with the cabinet. And the legal drafting, it is clear, you talk about a minister.
Yeah.
And by talking about a minister, you're actually referring to cabinet. Because you cannot generate any business without sitting in the cabinet. Thank you, Chair.
In fact, you want someone you can hold accountable. You're firing to the president because the minister is working on behalf of the president.
So, for completeness, Right Honourable Chair,
Yeah.
if you look at the current section 41 of the National Sports Act, it says the board may, on the advice of the General Secretary, appoint other officers and staff of the council. An officer and staff of this council shall hold office on such terms and conditions as may be determined by the board. Now, that is what 41, that is what the amendment is looking to also add a protection to these people, that their terms and conditions cannot just be changed around by the board and the minister without any control. So that's why we don't need to amend. The other one relates to the board, but the protection will go to all the staff and board members.
Honourable, I now put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put the question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put the question that clause 4 stands. Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In clause 4, subclause 3, 3A, I am proposing to amend by removing the word section immediately after 2 in clause 3A to read contrary to Article 2.8. It's not a section. The World Anti-Doping Agency provisions are called articles. We had marked them as sections. So in A, I would like to propose that contrary to Article 2.8 of the World Anti-Doping Code, and then in B, to replace the word section with the word article to read contrary to Article 2.7 of the World Anti-Doping Code. I beg to move.
Honourable colleagues, I put a question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4 as amended.
Honourable colleagues, I put a question that clause 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Honourable colleagues, I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Right Honourable Chair, I beg to move that under Rule 138 to recommit Clause 1.
Honourable colleagues, I put a question that the National Sports Amendment Bill 2024 be recommitted to consider Clause 1 of the bill. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The National Sports Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage.
Honourable Minister.
Clause 1.
Right Honourable Chair, I recommit Clause 1 to read as follows: or any other violation of Article 2 of the World Anti-Doping Code. I beg to move.
Honourable colleagues, I put a question that Clause 1 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
Honourable colleagues, I put a question that Clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to move, and honourable members, that the House resumes and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto.
Honourable colleagues, I put a question that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I beg to report the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Sports Amendment Bill 2024 and passes with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker and members, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honourable colleagues, I put the question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill third reading.
Honourable Minister.
Honourable members, I beg to move that the National Sports Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the third time and do pass.
Honourable colleagues, I put the question that the National Sports Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the National Sports Amendment Bill 2024.
Honourable members, I want to thank you for your consideration. Sometimes we go this way when it's usually not controversial. When there are international relations and all that. If it's our local issues here, we have to, because Honourable Sewungu can request for 1 hour to write a minority report. Yes, but I want to thank you, Honourable colleagues, for the solidarity in handling this very urgent issue, which is going to facilitate our sports personalities to go and participate globally and be recognized in the many ways that they have been participating. And Honourable Minister, congratulations. And Honourable Shadow Minister, also congratulations. The Shadow Minister had an issue he had wanted to raise, so let me just allow him as a thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my Shadow Minister as well for not having informed me early enough about the same amendment. But at least when it came on the floor, definitely we have passed it, and it's for the betterment of sports in Uganda. I know Honorable Gwang loves sports very much the way I do, and the Attorney General, him and I, are lovers of sports, and is running our team Express FC, and we are always together on that. But Mr. Speaker, the issue I was raising before was that we got information from social media, but later on it became true. The teachers are marking, they are at marking centers, and the new curriculum, O-level, has had challenges. Actually, what was in the social media is that teachers used to mark papers with the old curriculum. Within a day, they were marking 250 papers. But now they are marking 50 scripts. And indeed, at the marking center, they were already having strikes. And the army came in to direct them either to mark or go out. And what happened was teachers leaving the marking center. So, but in the marking exam, Mr. Speaker, before you go for marking, you are trained. What is exactly happening in your neighbor? Because when they came to the Committee of Education, we gave them all the funds they desired to carry out marking. Actually, we even gave them a supplementary one time. Here we are having a new curriculum. Teachers have striked because they are not paid well. They have been intimidated by UPDF at a marking center, which is very irregular. And the Minister of Education is not coming out to give out proper information of what is happening. Because I got information from one of the soldiers who were there, also crying that, please, Mr. Sewung, you always talk about education in Parliament. But what we are doing, even my children did senior 4. So what is going to happen? Could we know exactly what is happening at the marking center? And if teachers have left marking, how have you got other teachers going there to mark when they were not trained in marking before going there? And what are you paying them? Because the repercussions on marking of children, papers, mainly in the new curriculum, can affect each and everybody of us here.
Thank you, Honorable.
So could we hear that from the Minister and take quick action? If they can get money to increase those who are marking, we solve the...
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Before I I get to the issue my colleague has raised, first I want to thank all of us for passing the Sports Amendment 2025. I congratulate all of us here, colleagues. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, I want first to begin by regretting, if at all, it's true as Honourable Seunga said, that the soldiers participated in such a matter, which is an internal matter, which in my considered opinion would be handled by the Uganda Police Force, if at all the case arises. Secondly, on as far as the issue has raised, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to ask you, Right Honourable Speaker, to permit me to come with a formal statement, which I'll be able to read to inform the House of what transpired. I thank you so much.
No, I agree with the statement, but what is happening now? What is happening now? Because those teachers marking exams, they don't even go home for Christmas.
But Honorable Seungu, the minister can only tell you what he knows. Okay? And he has said allow him to go get information and give it to you.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker. But you see, Mr. Speaker.
So, but Honorable Minister, I know, you also know this is an urgent matter. I don't think the minister looks at it as casual.
Very good.
It's an urgent matter. So they
most
should be working on it.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
But Mr. Speaker, at any instance of challenges at marking centers, the only remedy available is first halting marking. You send everybody back home, and that's the only remedy you have. Once there is any battle at the marking center, the only remedy you have at that instance is first halting marking, then you prepare something.
Thank you. Next item.
Item number 4 on the order paper, laying of papers. 1, addendum the proposal to borrow up to special drawing rights 374.8 million, equivalent to USD 518 million, and receive a grant of special drawing rights 34.8 million, equivalent to USD 48 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group, and borrow up to Euro 40 million, equivalent to USD 42.66 million from Agency France de Development to finance the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Urban Development Program.
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table an addendum to the proposal to borrow up to special drawing rights 374.8 million, an equivalent of United States dollars 518 million, and receive a grant of special drawing rights of 34.8 million, an equivalent to US dollars 48 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group, and borrow up to euros 40 million, an equivalent of $42.66 million from AFD to finance the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Urban Development Program, GKMA. I beg to lay Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The wrong proposal is referred to the Committee on National Economy and the Committee on Presidential Affairs in consultation with the Committee on Presidential Affairs, as per Rule 155.2 of our Rules of Procedure. Vice Chair, National Economy, there's something you are saying? You had an issue? No, Rule 155, Sub-Rule 2. You talk to the sectoral committee and, yeah, so Presidential Affairs comes in because of KCCA. Thank you. Next.
Item 4.2, proposal to borrow up to euros 45 million from the Agency for Francis Development to support the Kampala Water, Lake Victoria Water and Sanitation K2 project.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay on the table the proposal to borrow up to euros 45 million from AFD to support the Kampala Water, Lake Victoria Water and Sanitation 2 KWLV Watson 2 project. I beg to lay.
The proposal is referred to the Committee on National Economy and the Committee on Natural Resources for consideration. But you see, this is the work main of the Committee on National Economy. The sector committees, I think you could even do joint meeting, because the sector committee only needs to look at the work plan to know is it within our work plans. But the borrowing and all that is scrutinized by the Committee on National Economy. So this shouldn't be disturbing us that much. Honourable Megade, Vice Chair, National Economy.
It's good you have guided, because previously we have had referrals to two committees like our rules do stipulate, and the chairpersons of sector committees have tried to bring reports to the Committee on National Economy. So this actually, one or the other, hinders progress, because we normally wait for the sectoral committee. The perception they have been taking is that we have to wait as national economy. And so when you give us 45 days, for example, to report, then the other sector committee takes 20 days and national economy is waiting. So it's good to harmonize. It's good that you have communicated that way, and I'm sure all of us have heard.
Yeah, why this came up, we were having issues where the sector committees would be saying that, look, we don't even know about the source of this funding and all that, because any loan should be within the work plan of that ministry's budget. Okay? And then the national economy will go to scrutinize the terms and all that. So if the sector committee is going to go through all that, it would be a problem. The report should come as one, and it should be read by national economy. Sector committees shouldn't be bringing here reports. But honorable colleagues, we are going to lose time if I open this. We are going to have a debate on rules. So I hope these are issues which we can capture under rules in case there are gaps. Next.
Item 4.3, the National Budget Framework Paper, financial year 2025-2026 to financial year 2029-2030.
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Rule 8 of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to lay on table the National Budget Framework Paper for financial year 2025-2026 to financial year 2029-2030. I beg to lay.
Yes, Honorable Mpuga, procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister is within time, no doubt. But I was sure that the Minister is also alive to the command of Section 9 of the Public Finance Management Act. He's also aware, as well as everyone else, that the National Development Plan is not yet approved and not yet laid before Parliament. The Minister has laid the cart, and the horse is a no-show. Honourable Speaker, is the minister proceeding well in laying the BFP without first laying the ND, the National Development Plan for? Because then, what is the BFP feeding into or picking from?
Thank you, Honorable Mpuga, you are right. But that's what I alluded to in my communication at the beginning. That I'm going to amend the order paper to allow the National Development Plan for to be presented today here. And then once it is laid on table, I'll give guidance. And the guidance I wanted to give is going to sort out the issue you are raising. Okay? I just want us to receive the budget framework paper. We receive the National Development Plan for, and then I guide on how it will be processed to ensure we cure that anomaly. Yeah, you'll be waiting. Thank you. Why doesn't he first give some a short brief, and then, oh, you want to do it now, Rob? Wanted to do it now?
I wanted the minister to clarify the relevance of operating through these sector-based committees when we have transitioned into program-based budgeting, because you are laying a budget framework paper under sector, and we still operate in committees that are sector-based when we have already transitioned into program-based budgeting. Could you clarify on that?
I can see the minister is looking at me. Okay? Yes. The minister is looking at me. You remember last financial year, I assigned this issue to the committee on roads, and it studied it and it gave feedback. So, and Attorney General and Minister for Finance, we said bring an amendment to the PFMA, okay, so that we can, because the PFMA talks of sectors, okay, the way it is now. It talks of sectors. So, as long as we don't amend the PFMA, on our side, we cannot amend our rules to provide for programs, committees based on programs. So the area you do that, the better. But honorable chairpersons who get problems, please, once you're processing and you get a problem, and you come, we guide you on how to handle. Last year we got a problem. I think it was the Committee on Presidential Affairs and the Committee on Physical Infrastructure, processing the budget for Kampala city infrastructure budget. The ones of infrastructure, it's a program for them, but they were saying they don't see money. So the one of presidential also was failing. So we agreed that since presidential has been looking after Kampala, let it handle. But the area which were this, the better. Okay? Minister, you also wanted to add something on that?
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to add something that the Public Finance Management Act defines a sector. And a sector means a group of institutions or votes that have common functions, objectives, and mandates.
So you think, Honorable Abdu, our chair committee on rules, do you think, because Honorable Abdu and team scrutinized that deeply, okay? And they are the ones who discovered that anomaly. Please, Honorable Abdu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I think the minister is trying to be clever, but not a fool. We had a thorough debate on this issue. The minister was here. We all agreed. The Attorney General was here. We all agreed. Why do you open up a debate which is useless?
Good.
And the report was adopted. So are we looking into the report again?
Really,
I think You've
I'll
guided
ask
well.
for an action taken on the report which we adopted here.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable
and
Speaker.
then, Honourable Minister. Yes. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the budget framework paper I laid is accompanied by the following in fulfilling the requirements of the law. One is the certificate of climate change responsive budget framework paper. I beg to lay. Certificate of climate change. How the national budget framework paper speaks or responds to the climate change issues. I beg to lay. Mr. Speaker, I also beg to lay a certificate of gender and equity compliance to the national budget framework paper. I beg to lay. Mr. Speaker, there is always a question in the public that what is in the budget framework paper? And I beg the indulgence of the House that I briefly mention a few things the budget framework paper emphasizes on. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the theme of the budget for financial year 2025-6 remains full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening social services, digital transformation, and market access. Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the House that as we shall subsequently lay the NDP4, I wish to inform the House that this national budget framework paper has been prepared in consistency with the National Development Plan 4, which we want to lay shortly. It is also consistent with the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility and satisfies the requirements of the gender equity, responsiveness, and balanced development. It is in two parts. Part 1 highlights the economic growth strategy, the medium-term macroeconomic forecasts, the medium-term fiscal framework, and forecast compliance with the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility, the resource envelope for financial year 2025-6, the policy measures, medium-term expenditure framework for 25-6, and the fiscal risks and mitigation measures. And part 2 provides details of the proposed program plans and interventions. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to reaffirm to the House that Uganda's economy has fully recovered and is on the right growth path, driven by investments in the tenfold economic growth areas. Currently, there is high business and investment optimism in Uganda, with inflation contained at 2.9%, way below the policy target of 5%. Mr. Speaker, sir, in line with the tenfold growth strategy, the 4th National Development Plan, and the NRM Manifesto, and the guidance by His Excellency the President, the financial year 2025-6 budget will continue to prioritize the following economic fundamentals. 1 is the peace and security, roads, railways, electricity, irrigation, reducing cost of capital, human capital development in health, education, water, international relations, and disaster management. This will be driven by the full monetization of the economy implemented through the ATMs, that is agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral-based industrial development, science, technology, and innovations, including information, communication technology as well as creative art industry. Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Minister, it seems to be a long statement.
Mr. Speaker, I am trying to summarize my statement, and I wish to also add that our preliminary resource envelope is 57.441 trillion, and we shall raise this money through domestic and external sources. And I wish to also inform the House that in the next financial year, we don't intend to introduce new taxes. We shall only do the bills to clean up, but there will not be any new tax introduced next financial year. Mr. Speaker, sir, in summary, as I conclude, maintaining macroeconomic stability is good for economic growth and fiscal sustainability, including keeping prudent debt levels. Therefore, I call upon all the stakeholders to support this budget framework paper and also contribute to its financing. I beg to submit. Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. So the budget framework paper is referred to the Committee on Budget and the sector committees to pick the areas which are within their jurisdiction. And as you know, rules require that we must pass it by 1st of February. So, John, honourable colleagues, as we go to Christmas, you know we shall be coming back quickly to process the budget framework paper. Honourable Naomi, yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Before I raise my point of procedure, allow me to use this opportunity to congratulate my sister from Kisoro, because she was sworn in when I was not here, to have defeated the NRM electoral thief chairperson in the names of Tango Doi. I congratulate her for that.
Honourable Naomi. Honourable Naomi. Honourable colleagues, let's listen to one another. Honourable Naomi, that's a very unfortunate statement on a person who doesn't have a way here to defend himself. So I would really, I know you can use a better language, even when you have issues. Okay?
Okay, the point is made, I withdraw it, but I congratulate her. My point of procedure is that last year, I brought a motion to your office, and you willingly received it, and I was given a message, a letter from your office, that it was sent to the Attorney General to guide, because I was given a copy. It is now, we are closing Parliament today. The motion was to downsize this Parliament. That was the motion. The procedure that I'm asking, how long does Attorney General take to reply such a small thing? And it's the only one we can rely on, and he has not. Because I got a message from you saying that you have sent it to him. I have never received. Anyway, it is now a year.
Thank you.
Yes. And downsizing, by the way, will not be you people. It will be those who will be coming.
Thank you.
So not be affected. But we need to downsize. We are too many for the country.
Thank you. Maybe for the clarification first, today we are not closing Parliament. Parliament will remain open. We shall only adjourn. We only adjourn, we don't close it. I don't have the power to close parliament, okay? Number two.
Just obliged, I'm sorry, Speaker.
Number two, Attorney General, I will consult with Attorney General on the same, okay? And I'll ensure he talks to you. Yeah, on the same. Next.
Laying of papers.
What is your laying of papers? Allow us to finish laying of papers.
The fourth National Development Plan.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I beg to lay on table the fourth National Development Plan, called the NDP4, for the period 2025-26 to 2029-2030. I beg to lay. With your indulgence, Right Honourable Speaker, I just need to make a few points to summarize some of the key issues that the House may need to know.
Honourable Minister, it seems to be a big statement. Is it more than 2 pages?
Mr. Speaker, I'll just summarize it. It's a big statement that will accompany the document for the committee to read in detail. But just to make a few highlights, very quickly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, closely working with the National Planning Authority, has developed the fourth National Development Plan to guide the country for the next 5 years. So it is a 5-year planning framework. And this is in line with the legal requirements of Section 8.6 of the NPA Act 2024 as amended, and Section 9.3 of the Public Finance Management Act. The preparation of this plan has taken a participatory and highly consultative approach, with the consultation of Parliament having been conducted for 2 days on 3rd and 4th December 2024 at the parliamentary premises. We have also consulted His Excellency the President and the Cabinet, and various stakeholders have been consulted, both at the national and subnational level. So, Mr. Speaker, as the law requires, the budget framework paper, which my colleague has just laid on table, has to be consistent with this plan. And we have put that into account by consistently following every step in the process of preparing the BFP to make sure that the two actually rhyme. So a number of issues my colleague highlighted here are derived from the plan. Permit me to indicate, Right Honourable Speaker, that the NDP4 is benchmarked on key achievements, challenges, and lessons learned in the implementation of NDP3. The goal and theme of NDP4, therefore, is to achieve higher household incomes, the full monetization of the economy, and employment for sustainable social economic transformation. We have worked out indicators to reflect how far.
Procedure, Honourable Chivu.
Right Honourable Speaker, I was heavily constrained to raise the procedural matter because, one, there is an extent to which some people should not take Parliament for a ride. One, you've brought a budget framework paper
that should have been accompanied by the National Development Plan 4, and you've brought them together, for us, assuming we are going to rubber stamp that budget, that NDP 4, then you have already brought a document that should have been aligned to what we should have been agreed. But to insult us further, you are attempting to read the whole document, which is not even uploaded. So, to what extent do you want to take this parliament? And to what level? I would have said for fools. But parliamentary language doesn't adopt that. Because does not permit me to do it. But otherwise, it's so much of an insult to use the process you adopt. You are putting us in a very bad light in this parliament as a very unserious house. I mean, how do you on earth bring NDP 3, 4 before then? I mean, Mr. Rugolobi and Cabinet, take us for a serious people. And my procedural matters is that can he, if he's not even Nani, is not, that document is not even uploaded, could he humble himself and for heaven's sake and not read it? It's too much of an insult to this house.
Clerk, is the document uploaded? Okay. Yeah. Now, honourable ministers, you know it's courtesy. Yeah? It's courtesy. When you have such issues, you visit the presiding officer, yeah? In his office. You give me a copy of the document. I don't have a copy of that document here. Yeah. That's why I was like, as if it's a big document. So if such a statement is not uploaded, honourable minister, it becomes difficult. But what I want to go on record is simple. It's very clear that Parliament was never consulted. There is a procedure of consulting Parliament. I've spoken to the Speaker. When you make your pronouncements as ministers, you say we are inviting MPs for a consultative meeting. That's not how they consult Parliament. You write to the leadership of Parliament, they will arrange for a year process of consulting MPs. But when you meet MPs somewhere, that's not formal. Consultation should be formal, especially if it's provided for in the law. So I cross-checked with the Speaker, and the Speaker confirmed to me today, because she's the one who has been here, that we were never consulted. So I want the answer to capture it very clear that Parliament was never consulted. But, honourable colleagues, Section 8 of the NPA requires us to approve this plan. Okay? And then Section 9 of the PFMA, the BFP must be consistent with the National Development Plan. So that's why I wanted to provide guidance when Honorable Semuju raised this issue. That we shall, Honorable Mpuga, sorry. Honorable, he sat in Honorable Semuju's position, your position. So that's why I wanted to guide the Honorable Minister that I will refer the plan to the Committee on Budget to handle, and I give them 2 weeks. They report back here, we first approve the plan. After we have approved it, listen, after we have approved it, it's when we shall start on the budget framework paper. Because if we find the budget framework paper is not consistent, then it wouldn't be in line with the law. And honorable colleagues, we have deadlines to meet which are statutory. So instead of me sending back the minister, I can't say, now minister, go back, do this. No, we must get a solution, even where someone made a mistake. Honorable Jonathan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your guidance. The NDP is the pillar of planning for the country. And I wanted to beg your indulgence that outside the committee of budget, each sectoral committee of this house Mr. Speaker, I was emphasizing the point that the NDP is a very important document for the country. Each and every corner of this country must see themselves into that plan for the next 5 years. Outside the committee of budget, I wanted to beg your indulgence that the sectoral committees are invited to look into this plan. I'll give one example of how important it is. On the 22nd of November, the president launched a very ambitious project, a very important project in my opinion, called the Standard Gauge Railway, which each and every Ugandan from Karamoja, from whatever region, is going to finance and contribute. But when you look at the plan of that railway line, other Ugandans are not involved. It is not passing through the entire country, but it is a project that may be done once. I don't know which other government will come and do it. So I want to invite your attention, Mr. Speaker, that within these 2 weeks, let the sectoral committees for each sector look at the components of the National Development Plan and make recommendations so that every part of this country is seen into this. I have previously argued here, you remember, Mr. Speaker, when the government came and said that some money was being allocated to a particular region under what they call the tourism roads. Then another section of roads were given as security roads. Then I was asking, what about the other parts of the country? Which roads will go to them? If we have started saying these ones are for tourists, these are for security, yet everybody is paying the loan to make those roads, oil roads, for example. How about the coffee roads now? How about the cotton roads? How about the milk roads and the rest? So we can only interrogate that, Mr. Speaker, when we look at this National Development Plan at once.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Jonathan Odu. You see, if we are to take this plan to the sector committees, I think the time we shall need really. I'm thinking, since sector committee chairpersons are members of the budget committee, okay, they should be able to look at issues of each sector. They should be able to look at issues of each and every sector. Okay? But we have 2 weeks, because we have a deadline of approving the budget framework paper by 1st of February. So I need us to have 2 weeks of the NDP and then 2 weeks of the BFP. Colleagues, I think this would be fair. Okay? Yeah, Honorable Mpuga, who had raised the issue, then Honorable Katesh.
Thank you, sir, for your indulgence. This from the word go was my concern, right, Honourable Speaker, because eventually what is going to come out of the BFP will be the MTEF. And whichever projects and programs not seen with those will never appear anywhere, probably until some special, being orders so. And right, Honourable Speaker, when you allowed the Minister of Finance to lay the BFP and also read some statement not uploaded, I thought Parliament was being really shortchanged, because we did not debate his statement. He's making reference to inflation at 2.9% without referring to the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. Doesn't know what's happening to our people out there. So he has some paper inflation in his book. And we have not debated that. Right, Honourable Speaker, I think these 2 finance ministers are smart and they know what they're doing. Parliament can only be smarter than them to tell them that these documents can as well be put in the pigeonholes of members, but they are not received here as official documents until the proper procedure is followed and we do justice to the business you are laying, Honourable Ministers. We have never failed to handle your... Remember the other time, right, Honourable Speaker, NDP 3 was actually brought after the BFP and nobody saw it. Which is why we talk about paper tigers. They have paper tigers, those documents that have never been really implemented. Probably today we can roll back that, right, Honourable Speaker. And I'm happy you are telling them their faces that they never informed Parliament as to what they are trying to do. Informing Parliament does not mean putting up a poster at Parliament. It does not even imply putting messages in members, WhatsApp groups. So, Honourable Speaker, probably this is your day to ask the ministers to retreat. The House is here. We shall handle their business and do justice to this very delicate process. NDP 3 was mishandled. NDP 4 is coming. Like the Honourable Jonathan has observed, the budget over 5 years is a national mirror. If you are seeing your entire over your head, I want to see my nose alone in that mirror. I want to see my ear in that mirror. So what will happen over 5 years when other citizens are alienated and they believe a budget is the preserve of some very smart people that can understand the BFP and attendant MTFs? Thank you.
Yeah, honourable colleagues, with Honourable Katesh. Honourable Katesh.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I think as members of Parliament, we must be seen and we have a responsibility to add value to the processes that we are talking about, the process of planning, budgeting. The Minister has indicated that he did consultations, in whatever form it was. I think it would be good for us to know from the Minister whether the views and the ideas that the members gave you during the consultations have been incorporated in the table in the document you are tabling. Number 2, Right Honourable Speaker, we are talking of NDP 4. We have not had a statement about the performance of NDP 3. We know that NDP 3, NDP 2, all of them did not achieve the performance that was set, the target that was set. So it would be very good for us to know how are we sure that we are actually going to do better with NDP 4 than NDP 3. We need a statement from the Minister so that as we go out there to talk to our people about this new plan that we have, it is realistic and the people know that we are actually serious about its implementation. I beg to submit.
Now, honourable colleagues, I don't want this to be a much longer. Please. This is the laying of papers. Okay? Please. We have been on this since morning. I can tell you, listen to me, the Minister wanted this NDP to be approved today. I can tell you. And we refused. Okay? That's why, that's why we have said 2 weeks. And why am I saying that? There are statutory deadlines on the BFP. So whether we express our anger here, we rotate, we do what, we have timelines to meet, okay? Now, honorable colleagues, my guidance and ruling is very clear that it goes to 2 weeks for NDP 4. We scrutinize it deeply, and then we come back, we go to the budget framework paper, which we shall be able to know, but now, because now we will have either approved or not approved the NDP, okay? And then any anomaly we find in the budget framework paper, we make recommendations, which they go back when they are making the MTF, they sort out. It's very, very simple, because the budget framework paper is not a final document to say you have now approved this, this is what they are going to implement. We give our views, they capture our proposals, and they go and they make a budget. So it shouldn't be really a very, very difficult issue on this. The committee, because this should be a policy issue, so we would have sent it to finance. But in finance, chairpersons of sector committees don't sit there, and we don't have time to come and include all these views that would want to capture the way honorable colleagues were raising. So let it go to budget. It can work with finance, with the Committee on Finance. Let it work with the Committee on Finance, and we ensure that we capture all these issues. Honorable Namuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I do appreciate that we have deadlines, but we are handling a very serious matter. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has on several occasions taken this parliament for granted. We are talking about the National Development Plan. Honorable Katesh was asking about the performance of NDP3. It was at 17%. 17%. When the NRM manifesto's performance was at 57%. So we wanted to question, where did you get those projects that were handled in your manifesto when the NDP3 was at 17%? Right Honorable Speaker, when we are talking about some of these documents, we are tired. We are tired of seeing the Minister of Finance just bringing statements here for the sake of submitting documents. On several occasions, we've asked serious questions about, number one, the performance. These documents feed into the budget. You bring them late because you want to beat deadlines, and normally, when we look at the performance of the budget, it is very low. Right Honorable Speaker, the reason as to why MPs are suffering, it is because of some of these processes that are taken for granted. From today onwards, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance should stop with immediate effect from taking Parliament for granted. We have suffered out there because of the recklessness of the Minister of Finance. Recklessness of the Minister of Finance, I state. You should stop taking us for granted, the Honorable Prime Minister, and I'm stating it as a former Minister Shadow, and the public, yes, Chairperson, yes, Honorable Speaker, they should stop taking this country for granted. Right Honorable Speaker, from the side of accountability, we've brought up these issues. The performance of the budget is very poor because we don't spend time on planning. That is why we are suffering. So they should stop taking us for granted.
Honorable Namuga, what should we do to these two documents? You see, I want solutions. What do we do to these two documents? We send them to the committees for processing. Yes, that's it. Honorable Mwijuche, it's almost the same.
Mr. Speaker, before I can say what we should do, last year we were talking about the corrigenda came late. And they were saying, you see, we have no time and we have deadlines. So we wanted to let you know that this should be the last time you come to this parliament and then tell us, you see, we have no time and we have deadlines. If you can't plan, just get out of those ministries. Two, like my colleague has suggested, we are all interested. We are all interested, we want to look at those documents. All sector committees should be given an opportunity to look at the documents. Otherwise we will have a processing, we will have a problem processing what we will not have read. The chairpersons of committees will respect them, but they don't reason for us in those committees, in the budget committee. So we are all interested.
But because it will come here for approval. You will debate here.
And then you will be telling us we have no time. We will be telling us 1 minute. Please. We want to be part of the processes.
You know, honorable colleagues, you know, what interests me is very simple. I'll give you time to debate here. You will start talking of bridges in your constituencies only. This is a national development plan. In our debate, we must have a national outlook. Not just a local outlook. Okay? So please, when you say I give you 1 minute, it depends on how you present. When you bring LC1 issues, I'll give you 1 minute because they should be handled in 1 minute. Next item.
Laying of papers, supplementary schedule 1 for financial year 2024-2025.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Article 156(2) of the Constitution and Section 24 of the Public Finance Management Act and Rule 53 of our Rules of Procedure, I beg to lay on table the supplementary schedule number 1 for financial year 2024-2025 amounting to Uganda shillings 1.051 trillion. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The supplementary schedule is referred to the Committee on Budget for consideration and report back to the House in accordance with Rule 173 of our Rules of Procedure. Yes, honourable colleagues, earlier on in my communication, there is a communication I had wanted to include, but I was waiting for the letter to be brought to my desk to inform you that His Excellency the President has assented to the following laws, the following acts. One, the National Commission for UNESCO Amendment Act 2024, the Higher Education Students Financing Amendment Act 2024, the Uganda Road Fund Amendment Act 2024, the Uganda National Roads Authority Repeal Act 2024, the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Act 2024, the National Information Technology Authority Uganda Amendment Act 2024, the Dairy Industry Amendment Act 2024, the National Agriculture Advisory Services Amendment Act 2024, and the Cotton Development Amendment Act 2024. I read the letter from the President, so I can only read what has been. Yes, and the next page is blank. So. Yes, thank you. Next.
Item number 5 on the order paper. Motion for resolution of Parliament authorize the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to allocate budgets for the financial year 2024/2025 and revise work plans for institutions affected under the rationalization of government agencies and public expenditures RAPEX reform.
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, in accordance with Section 20 of the Public Finance Management Act and Rule 56 of our Rules of Procedure, I beg to move a motion for the House to consider the reallocation in the budget estimates for financial year 2024-2025 and the revised work plans for institutions affected by the rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure reforms. I beg to move.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? But I think this will refer it to the Committee on Budget. Okay? Colleagues, let's refer it to the Committee on Budget.
Right Honourable Speaker.
Yeah.
I think we have an issue here. This motion we are sending is about the powers of Parliament, because Parliament solely is the one entrusted with powers to reallocate funds. But at the same time, I've listened very carefully. They have just laid a supplementary schedule of 1.1. Now, the critical examination is the supplementary schedule could be on 3%. And it has been brought here when money has been spent as a post-mortem approval. Now, but the reallocation of money cannot take place until Parliament has approved the reallocation. Therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, a critical analysis, because this has been, government has been doing this with impunity, is for us to clearly read the two together. One, to examine whether there are no monies that have been spent out of budget cuts on 3%, which is the 1 trillion they have read, because that is illegal. Now, and that's why for me, Right Honorable Speaker, you are referring these two reports, this motion for process and the one for supplementary. We need to get one report out of the two. Because the report on the motion on reallocation must speak to what is contained in supplementary schedule. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, budget distortion.
But Honorable Chivumbi,
yes.
Let us leave the committee to do its work.
No, Right Honorable Speaker, my simple procedure is that we tie the two. You know what Parliament will discover? We tie the two, the committee, when they are bringing the report. Those two reports must be brought together.
Honorable Chivumbi, that's an administrative matter, okay? Let the committee go. I don't want to start now interfering with the liberty of the committee and their wisdom. We have very clever people on that committee, and I know you're always interested. So go in, argue that way, package your information that way, and come to the presiding officers and you say, this is how we want to present. Okay? But we don't make it a resolution here, and then the committee goes and say, but why did you change the practice, the way we've been doing things? Okay, so let us leave them with some latitude. Honorable colleagues, this is raying. They've put, honorable colleagues, these are very clear matters. Please handle them in the budget committee. Procedure?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for her attentiveness. The issue I want to raise relating to this matter on the procedural aspect, if I had the minister well, he is asking Parliament to authorize him to reallocate the votes related to RAPEX. And my issue is, and I wish the Attorney General was here, when we processed the RAPEX bills, each one of those bills had a clause, either under savings or transition. And if I remember very well, we said all assets, liabilities, etc., responsibilities will be on commencement will be transferred to the mother ministry. Now my point is, when Parliament sits, I suppose we sit to handle very serious business, that the executive should not come and waste our time. My submission is, we already authorized by an act of Parliament. We already gave the executive the liberty to transfer, to move by that amendment. So this is a moot exercise.
Thank you.
For you to come and then ask us again that we should give you a resolution. Under Rules 25, the Speaker is supposed to entertain government business on the assumption that government is serious. But if you are not serious, no, and I have evidence to back this. There's a tendency now, Mr. Speaker, that the executive and government...
Maybe Honorable do, it's important to listen to the minister and why they insisted to come here. Right? A leader of government, business.
Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable members, everybody is aware that this NRM government has been many times overwhelmingly supported by Ugandans. And the honorable member here, you know, I respect him a lot, and we are very close friends. But I felt it's a big insult. But Honorable Speaker, this government has supported the people of Uganda. Even now as I speak, the president is in Bugisu and everybody is appreciative. To me, this is a very serious government. Is it in order for you, Odul, to say the NRM government is unserious? Are you in order?
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister. To me, I understood Honourable Du to say that the business you're bringing here is the one which is not serious. But the Right Honourable Prime Minister has been bringing serious business. We have really done serious business. But you can see, Right Honourable Prime Minister, why Honourable Odur is saying that he feels this shouldn't have come here from his judgment. He feels we gave you a blank check, we gave you authority, transfer everything. So, Honourable Katesh, is it on the same?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. I just wanted to highlight the consequences of the decision you have made. I agree with Honourable Odur. The bills catered for the transition. I thought that the minister coming here with a motion, if it was a requirement, is something that we needed to consider because the laws have been signed, asserted to by the president. The consequences of that, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, is that the agencies ceased to operate. There are no accounting officers. So there has to be payment of staff, severance packages, and operations for the period starting when the laws changed. So by us keeping this matter pending and government not doing anything because we have not done the motion, we are actually not being being fair to the people of Uganda, especially those people who have been affected. So I would like to appeal to you, Mr. Speaker, that we think about the consequences, because those accounting officers who are responsible for those agencies for which the money we appropriated have ceased to operate. And there has to be a payment or operations that must continue. Otherwise, we are creating a standoff and a standstill. A big subject.
Yes, Honourable Nwagaba, then.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I just wanted to get a clarification from Honourable Katesh. You know, some of the RAPEX bills, some were either a repeal and others an amendment. In the existing act which the President has assented to, the saving clauses and transitional clauses, do they have a connection with the budgetary framework, with the budget pursuant to the Public Finance Management Act, to the extent that you can now think of transferring funds from agencies that have been repealed using the saving and transitional clauses?
Yes, Honourable Katesh.
Of course, I strongly believe that perhaps the Minister of Finance, with all due respect, we are not handling this matter properly. You cannot come with a motion to deal with the issues of budgeting. If you had come with a supplementary to take care of everything, then I think we would all be at par. But we need clarification maybe from the Attorney General whether what my colleague is asking, whether it is catered for within the transitional clauses. But the point I'm mentioning here is that, Right Honourable Speaker, if, for example, the UNRA Act, which was merged, UNRA was abolished and taken into the Ministry of Works, from today, they do not have power as accounting officers to pay staff to do any operations. What happens between now and then? Because you have not empowered the minister to take over, the resources to handle the process.
But you see, Honorable Katesh, this money you supply it under the Appropriation Act. Okay? So the clauses which Honorable Jonathan referred to, did we supply, can we say it was to the extent of even supplying? Because these votes should to do with supply. At this stage, when we refer to the Committee on Budget, it should be able to come up with proposals. We do supply to the new votes.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister knows the PFMA very well.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we manage public resources in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act. That is our cardinal act law we use. Mr. Speaker, Section 20 of the Public Finance Management Act provides that Parliament may by resolution authorize the minister to reallocate funds from a vote to another vote where the functions of the vote are transferred to that other vote. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state in this House that I am blind about the transitional clauses, sections, which you provided during RAPEX. For me, my eyes only see this PFM Act, and I cannot transfer funds unless you give me authority to do so. And that is why I am here.
Thank you. Honorable Katuntu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I really don't know why we are having this debate. You cannot appropriate money by any other law. You cannot appropriate money under the Public Finance Management Act. And it is pursuant to the sections Honorable Duru is citing that the minister is doing what he's supposed to be doing. To transfer resources, the reason is that you have already done what he's saying. The transitional provision under the RAPEX law cannot transfer funds. It is pursuant to those provisions that now we go to the actual transferring of the funds. I don't know where the Attorney General is, but I see somebody who sits in his office there. Oh, they share an office, I guess. The Honorable Mao. You see, all said, Right Honorable Speaker, I think the minister is in order.
Thank you.
These provisions will be hanging if he does not transfer or allocate the money. And he cannot allocate the money by resolution under the Public Finance Management Act.
Thank you. Next item.
Statement by the minister. Statement by the minister on hosting of the Africa Union Extraordinary Assembly on the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program.
Honourable Minister for Agriculture, and I hope the statement is uploaded. Kindly display the statement if it's uploaded.
Right, Honourable Speaker, we sent in the statement to the clerk. I hope it's uploaded to members' iPads. And Right Honourable Speaker, this is really for information purposes, updating Parliament on what government will be doing in January. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I make this statement to Parliament in line with Rule 52 of the Rules of Procedure to brief the House on Uganda's hosting of the forthcoming African Union Extraordinary Assembly on the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program CADAP that will be held on 9th to 11th of January 2025. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, in November 2023, Uganda, represented by the Minister of Agriculture, Animal and Fisheries, was elected to chair the African Union Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment. And one of Uganda's key deliverables during its tenure is to oversee the development of the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program Strategy and Action Plan for 2026 to 2035. The CADAP is a flagship Africa-wide program adopted in 2003 by African Union heads of state and government as the framework of action for agricultural transformation across Africa. One of the major strategies towards the realization of the African Union's Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. The CADAP is implemented through 10-year successive strategies and action plans. The first 10-year strategy was adopted in Maputo, Mozambique in 2003, and the second in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea in 2014 for the period 2015-2025. The third, 2026-2035, will be adopted during the forthcoming Extraordinary Assembly Summit of the Union of the African Union in Kampala on 9th to 11th January 2025 to be hosted at Speaker Zoto Munyonyo. The result of this assembly will be the Kampala CADAP Declaration, which will guide the continent for the next 10 years. So I felt I should brief Parliament of this. The decision to host the Extraordinary Summit, Right Honorable Speaker, was made by the 37th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the African Union in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, from February 17 to 18, 2024. The structure of the Extraordinary Summit will be 9th January 2025, meeting of ministers responsible for agriculture will be with relevant experts. 10th January 2025, meeting of ministers of foreign affairs with the ministers in charge of agriculture. 11th January 2025, Extraordinary Summit of Heads of State and Government. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the theme of the CADAP Strategy and Action Plan 2026-35 and the Assembly is Sustainable and Resilient Agri-Food Systems for a Healthy and Prosperous Africa. As part of the summit, the government of Uganda and the African Union Commission will host two major side events on women and youth in agri-food systems and refugees, forced migration, and agri-food systems in Africa. These two will be held under the sub-theme, Building Resilience of Agri-Food Systems Through Commercialization. In addition to this, the African Union Commission has launched a call for proposals for side events that are related to the theme of the summit and objectives of the CADAP Strategy and Action Plan 2026-2035. The expected attendance of the summit is 49 African Union member states at head of state and government level, plus regional economic communities, development partners, and agriculture practitioners. Overall, over 2,000 participants are expected to participate in both the summit and the side events in Kampala. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, assessment of a country implementation of the CADAP is independently done at continental level by the African Union Development Agency, AUDA NEPAD, and partners through the biannual reviews. The most recent biannual review, the fourth, was undertaken in 2023 and noted that no country was on track to achieve the Malabo targets by 2025. The continent as a whole was not on track with regard to implementing the 7 commitments of the Malabo Declaration on accelerated agricultural growth and transformation for shared prosperity and improved livelihoods. However, some member states have shown continuous progress from the first to the fourth biennial reviews. Special mention for member states that have shown continuous improvement in their scores from the first to the fourth biennial review were Comoros, Lesotho, Cabo Verde, Zimbabwe, Gambia, Nigeria, Uganda, Egypt, Morocco, Rwanda, Burundi, and Kenya. Overall, the rating of the Uganda's implementation of CADAP is given in the 2023 biennial review as progressing well, thanks to the several government policies and programs that foster resilience to climate change, inclusivity, and the integration of several CADAP initiatives in the National Development Plan. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, allow me to formally register to you our gratitude as the executive arm of government for the continued support you have rendered in implementing programs that have enabled us to achieve this rating in the implementation of CADAP. I urge you to continue rendering that support so that together we can drive the transformation of Africa's agricultural sector and stand to benefit more from that transformation as a country. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, allow me to brief you on our preparedness to host the summit. Following the decision of the February 2024 African Union General Assembly in Addis Ababa to host an extraordinary summit to consider and adopt the post-Malabo CADAP agenda, government through the Ministries of Agriculture and Foreign Affairs commenced preparatory works, including presentation of a cabinet paper on 30th September 2024, constitution of the National Organizing Committee, and invitations to the African Union heads of state and government for the summit. The technical documents, which include CADAP Strategy and Action Plan 2026-2035 and the Kampala CADAP Declaration, have already been concluded under the leadership of the African Union Commission and the strategic direction of Uganda, and were adopted by AU member states for presentation to the Assembly by the ministerial segment of the Special Technical Committee on 25th October 2024. A recent African Union Commission assessment mission, November 11th, 15th, classified the country's state of preparedness as commendable. Benefits of hosting the summit in Kampala. As I conclude my statement, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, let me highlight that Uganda stands to reap several benefits from hosting the African Union Extraordinary Assembly of Heads of State and Government, and the benefits include, number one, it's an opportunity for the country to guide and shape continental policies and strategies in the agricultural sector and related sectors for the next 10 years. The blueprint of Africa's agricultural transformation will be referred to as the Kampala Declaration for the period up to 2035, thus enhancing the profile and international credibility of Uganda as a country. Number three, with the anticipated number of participants in the assembly, Uganda's private sector will earn considerably big. The government will also ultimately earn increased tax collection from the enhanced private sector earnings. The hosting of another big event at heads of state and government level within a year of hosting the NAM and G77 plus China summits will improve the international rating of Uganda as a conference destination, hence promoting the MICE and reaffirm the country's credibility as an icon of peace and stability in the region. This has an important positive bearing on investment attraction and tourism, besides its reputational benefits. Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, the formal invitation for Parliament will be delivered in due course, and I request that you could get time to attend. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I once again thank you for giving me an opportunity to brief you on this topical subject and for listening to me. I appreciate the support you have rendered to us in the past and urge you to continue doing the same. I submit and I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleague, this statement is for information purposes. I would have allowed debate, but I know you have your issues and the Prime Minister is here. You have urgent issues. We are going into a break. So I want us to use this opportunity to ensure that we also have the Prime Minister. I will amend the order paper to provide for one, statement of business by the lead of government business, and two, Prime Minister's time. Clerk.
Statement by the Right Honourable Prime Minister on government business pursuant to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It's business, serious business. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I move under Rule 28 of our rules that requires me as lead of government business to make a statement in this House regarding the government business of the succeeding week. I am therefore submitting the following government business. One, the Building Control Amendment Bill 2024 Number 2, the Valuation Bill 2024. Number 3, the Culture and the Creative Bill 2024. Number 4, the Workers' Compensation Amendment Bill 2024. And number 5, the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Amendment Bill 2024. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister. Next.
Prime Minister's time.
Now, I want to make a special request to the Prime Minister that for the written questions and answers, we upload them and members can access them. So that we pick issues, because I know you had matters of national importance when you were coming to me. We pick those issues quickly and they are settled. A procedure issue, Honourable Pendi?
Yes, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for that guidance. And I just want to request that just for the record, so that members are on the Hansard, the Prime Minister can just state that she received a question from this person. Yeah, so that it is on record.
Sure.
That these people
that's
ask
okay.
questions, yes.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, following your guidance, I received a question from Honourable Boka George Didi, Obongi County, Obongi District. And my response is here under. The other question is from Honourable Ephraim Biraro, Buhweju West, Buhweju District, and my response is here by attached. Then the third question came from Honorable Christopher Komakech, and the response is provided. Honorable Dr. Byakatonda Abdul, and Honorable Musa Noah, Dr. Koboko North. That's question number 5. And the question number 6 is from Honorable Tom Alero, West Moyo. And question number 7 is from Honorable Atima Jackson, and my response is hereby attached. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Now, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, I forgot to wish you a successful assembly. And in case you need support of Parliament, in one way or another, sometimes you reach out to us for logistics and all that. We are always willing to help to ensure we have a very successful assembly. So we are receiving questions. I'll start with Honorable Onzima, followed by Honorable Tamaguzi, followed by Honorable Saro Pendi, followed by Honorable Seru Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's be 1 minute. We need summary so that we pick as many colleagues as possible.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I just want to bring to the attention of the Prime Minister an issue which was raised to me by a gentleman who calls himself Lubango Hamada, who is the cold chain assistant for Bundibujo. He said whereas government had given them an appointment where their gross salary was supposed to be 1.44 million, then after that the net should have been 1.09. That is U7 medical. Without their notice, this was reduced to a gross of 390 and a net which is 260. And this is after they had earned this money, the 1.9 for around 3 years. So whereas government has been increasing salaries for medical workers, theirs has been an opposite. For example, the cold chain technicians, their money was raised from 1.55 to 2.2. So they wanted to know as to why government reduced their money from 1.44 to 300, and yet many of them are servicing salaries. I mean loans.
Thank you.
So this has put a lot of problem on them. They needed explanation.
Thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I will request the Honourable Member to give me that in writing so that I can get an appropriate answer.
And action.
And
I agree
action
with
will
you.
definitely be taken.
I agree with you. This is a question that needs detailed answer. Honourable Tamaguzi. So Honourable Nzima, please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, there was a grand project of supplying goats throughout the country, especially in the cattle corridor, including my district of Nakaseke. But they had injected billions of money in that goats project, but it stopped abruptly. So the youth have petitioned me from different areas of the cattle corridor on what really happened to that project, because it had started very well. And you know you are under the program of empowering the youth. So we want to know what happened to the goats project, where government had injected billions of money. Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I don't have a definite answer because it's the first time I'm hearing about the national goat projects. What I knew was that one of Karamoja under my office. But across the country, I really don't know. I will request that, I don't know whether I saw the Minister of Agriculture here. I request that you...
I don't know who is the acting chief whip today.
I request that the minister...
One member can volunteer, you call for us.
The minister be allowed in.
This project was under a gentleman. Right Honourable, this project was under one gentleman called Sembeguya that injected billions of money in it, and that started in the cattle corridor areas.
Honourable Tamaguzi, let's wait for the... Oh, you can repeat the question. Honourable Tamaguzi, I'm giving you a chance to repeat the question.
Yeah, yes, Right Honourable Speaker, there was a goats project program under the government of Uganda where they injected billions of money that started supplying these goats, especially in the cattle corridor areas. My district of Nakaseke, Gomba, Sembabule, many youth had actually received part, but the program abruptly stopped. We want to know, because we've received several petitions from these youth, what happened to that GOTS program.
And who was heading it? You said
it was under one gentleman, Sembeguya. He's saying Paul Sembeguya. I want to know what happened to that program.
Honourable Kabanda, you have more information on it?
Yes, Honourable Kabanda seems to be having information on that program.
Honourable Minister, you know about the project?
Right Honourable Speaker, MAIF has not had that program for the last 3 years. We've not had a program for that. But however, I have scant information that some years, many years back, Echi, the president, directed Sembeguya to have a goat breeding program and was given land. I can only pledge to go and find out more information and report to this House. Thank you.
These are issues because now that means me giving you space on the order paper. These are issues the sectoral committee can take up when they are working on the budget framework paper. Pick such issues, okay? Yeah, thank you. Yes, I had picked Honourable Saro Pendi.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there is an advert that has been ongoing by the Rela Women's Foundation, and this advert is calling on people to apply for various. The advert is actually requesting people to apply for various positions.
Yeah. IT, what's happening to our microphones?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. There had been an advert. I came across it online, actually on some platform, and I interested myself because there are young people who are looking for jobs. They wanted communications officer, finance administration manager, office administrator, and others. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I interested myself in knowing about the organization before I could actually forward this to those who are looking for jobs. But, Right Honorable Speaker, I was shocked to find out that this organization is based in Mpigi, Buyala, and among their mission, it is to create a resilient, sustainable, safe space for LGBTQ, lesbians, bisexual, queer persons through entrepreneurship, advocacy, and access to essential services. Right Honorable Speaker, we passed a law in this country against LGBTQ activities. And for an organization to actually advertise, and amongst what it's supposed to do is to ensure that, it employs people to promote and ensure that the lesbians, bisexual, and queer people in this country are actually protected and supported. I wonder, Right Honorable Speaker, how this can happen when this law is still fresh in our minds and we have President Trump reversing what is going on in the US. So, Right Honorable Speaker, RELA is a queer feminist umbrella organization founded in 2017 to address challenges of these LBQ. No, this one is lesbians, bisexual, and queer. There's are three. And it's actually in this country. I took a step in calling somebody at the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. And Right Honorable Speaker, the response I got is that what is registered at Uganda Registration Services is not what this organization is actually promoting and doing in this country. So what they are going to do, actually from their mission and objectives, they are actually, giving employment to people. How? Through providing resources so that people can engage in entrepreneurship.
Question to the Prime Minister.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the Prime Minister whether she's aware of this RELA Women's Foundation, and if not, what government is going to do to such institutions that are actually promoting or undertaking activities that are against our own laws and morals as a country. Thank you.
Right Honorable.
That Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, this is a very relevant question. Now that she has information that these people are promoting what is not supposed to be promoted in this country, I direct the Minister of Internal Affairs, Uganda Police, all security agencies to swing in action and make sure that this.
Thank you. Honorable Seru Kenya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And now that URSB registered them and they are doing different things, they should go and investigate, and if found guilty, let them be deregistered.
And your Minister for Ethics is seated there also.
She's also directed.
Yes, Honorable Seruken.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, over 200 families in Sabagabo are concerned with the merger of UNRA because they have contract with UNRA, and the concerns are here. One, they were valued 2 years back and never received the report, and the value of their land has changed. So are they going to be valued again? Secondly, this agreement, is it going to be honored by the Ministry of Works? Thirdly, are we retaining the contractor of Busabara Road? When is he coming back? Because the drainage is bad off and spoiling people's houses. Then, what has the government done what has the government done on the loan so that our road can be worked on? Another question is, when is the compensation? Thank you so much.
Honourable Minister, Prime Minister has said standing.
Thank you. Right,
And you can tell us about Karuma Bridge also.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I appreciate the questions from the Honourable Member. We have just had a one-to-one discussion with him, same questions, and I'd given him my answer. But since he has brought it on the floor, I will again answer him. The contract signed by anybody, be it a service provider, be it any of those people who are what we call the PAPs, the project affected persons, are contracts signed with the government of Uganda. So they are valid and they will be honored. The valuations will be updated. We have a chief government valuer and there are standards which we follow. If we will say they need to reevaluate, we will reevaluate those people who will need to be evaluated. The contract on Busabala Road has halted work because of lack of payment, which is being worked on. Prime Minister's here and Minister of Finance is here. We are aggressively working on that, and very soon all the contractors whom we owe money will be paid, and I know they will resume work. And so all those problems will be resolved. The issue of Karuma, I'm happy to inform Parliament that I promised that before Christmas, Karuma Bridge will be opened for people traveling in that direction to travel. Karuma will be open tomorrow by 6 a.m. for light vehicles and buses. As we finalize the repairs for the heavy trucks, so please bear with us. We'll start with buses and light vehicles tomorrow by 6 a.m. You can travel through Karuma Bridge.
Thank you, Honourable Mosokot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over these years we conducted census, but there are many enumerators and supervisors that are still complaining until today that they have not been paid their money, including some LC1 chairpersons. Over this period when we went for a small break, I met several of them. My question is, when will they be paid? Because it seems to be an urgent matter. Thank you.
Right, Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker, I chair the Census Committee as Prime Minister of Uganda. According to me, all the money that was supposed to pay the enumerators, the guides and everybody was paid. And if there are issues, I request that you inform me in writing so that we can, if there are maybe, those are irregularities in districts maybe. Because according to us here, we know we closed our books of accounts. Then we shall see those culprits will go, if there are people who stole the money.
Thank you. Honorable Grania.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Court, you refer up with the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. To the Right Honourable Prime Minister, we have Mubende Regional Referral Hospital. We received an X-ray. We appreciate that from government. However, Right Honourable Prime Minister, I want to bring to your information, to your notice, that this Regional Referral Hospital has been working without an X-ray machine since June of this year. Right Honourable Prime Minister, this X-ray machine has been down. We reported it earlier. We were told that the machine was working upon. The procurement of the part that is required is in the process. But Right Honourable Prime Minister, it is over 6 months. I wonder which kind of procurement is taking over 6 months. This is a very deadly season where people are prone to accidents. We understand the roads.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The festive season. How soon shall we have that X-ray machine repaired? Thank you.
The Ministry of Health is directed to send their teams to go and repair the machine.
Thank you. Honourable Mwijuche.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, while the Prime Minister was doing great work in eastern Uganda, the rains swept off the bridge that connects Shema and Buhweju. And as I talk now, we can't cross at Chankanda. And so I know you are doing something like you promised about that road, because the only main road to Buhweju, and it's a Maram road, and you had said and prayed that you're going to do something about it. But is there anything you can do in the meantime, so that this shadow minister of works and transport and the people of Buhweju are able to go home for Christmas? Thank you very much.
Honorable Katumba, come and stand in for your colleague.
I appreciate your challenge, my comrade, the shadow minister. Between now, I can't deceive that between now and Christmas time, we can be able to fix the bridge. But I'll send my team to investigate what needs to be done, and also come up with an estimate of what we need to do, and we'll attend to the bridge with the right time and with the right materials.
And you can continue consulting at ministerial level. Okay? Yes. Honorable Augon.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Allow me first to appreciate the Right Honourable Prime Minister. At the time of your appointment, some people were doubting your capacity, that maybe we need a man in that position. But the way you have taken charge, I feel now so good.
You have 30 seconds left.
So my question is, Kumi municipality has been lucky to receive quality tarmac under the government of NRM. And we are celebrating you particularly. You gave a directive and it worked. I now call upon you to direct on the issue of giving us traffic lights. Because now there are several accidents happening there. Yes, there are several accidents right from, yes, between Tirinyi, Palace and Kumi. There are several accidents. And then in the town, over 6 trucks got an accident in a similar point, at the same point. And I request you to direct so that something can happen. Thank you.
By powers given to me, I direct that the minister, present here, members, we have an obligation as a country once you put on traffic lights, in any corner of the country, you are done with accidents, the criminalities that happen on our roads. And so when we construct good roads, the president directed that we should really put light on these roads. So I direct you, Honorable Katumba Wamala, to go and put lights.
You know, Honorable Algon can't praise you for free. Honorable Joan Okia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the government has plans to connect the whole country to network and to the internet. Now, on a private basis, for the last 2 years, I've been pursuing a private network, a private organization to come and install some masts in Madiokolo. And they installed in one far corner in a place called Ofaka. Now, we've been talking for 2 years, and they were supposed to install a mast in a place called Ribo. Ribo is a refugee hosting district, and the sub-county headquarters don't have internet. As they kept telling me that they're about to bring the mast, out of the blue they told me that the office of the Prime Minister has directed that that mast should not go to the sub-county headquarters, but it should go to the refugee area. Yet the biggest population of the people are at the sub-county. So, and yet the refugee area already has a mast. So the people in Ribo are in distress and wondering why refugee population is being prioritized over the Uganda population. Please.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. But they are saying the office of the Prime Minister is the one which interfered. So, Honorable Kabyanga is very innocent.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Kabyanga may not answer this. According to her, Madiokoro and that sub-county is a refugee host district, and so it is my office. I request that you allow me to investigate. I will get in touch with my sister. I've been to Madiokoro, and then we handle this matter together. I promise.
Thank you, Honorable Aran Mayanja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I've ever raised this matter before this House, the delayed completion of Luwero Chwoko Butalang Road, which is under Dot Services Limited as contractors, and which was contracted at 93 billion shillings. But as I speak now, the workers on the construction of that particular road are on strike because of delayed salary payment, because of poor working environment from Adult Services Limited. Madam Prime Minister, when are you completing this road? And secondly, the workers are on strike. When are they being paid? They are meager payments, meager salaries, so that this road can be completed in time, because it is causing tension, causing commotion.
Honourable Minister for Works.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on every project we do, we have what we call the grievance committee, and so composed of the local authorities and part of the contractors and the social workers. I would request the honourable member to look out for the grievance committee, and you deal with the grievance committee, because they will answer on the ground the questions there on the ground. And that's the best way to deal with it, because they know what, once they get the grievances, they can move even person to person to answer those grievances.
Yeah, but
as to the completion of the...
Minister, just on that part of grievances, when a member brings an issue here,
Yes.
Now you should raise it with your grievances committee.
I'll do that.
And
yeah.
you link them with the member.
Much obliged,
and we
dear
have it.
Right Honourable Speaker. About the completion of the roads, Right Honourable Speaker, I would want the honourable members to be appreciative. When we are constructing a road, we also have to take time to ensure that we do a good job. You can't put the base, the sub-base, and straight away you put the tarmac. Otherwise, you will not have a good product. When they put those layers, they allow them to settle. And they even make checks every time to see whether that level has stabilized before you put on another layer. And that's what it takes time. This road was done, I think the Right Honourable Prime Minister was there about a year ago. And so it is not going so slow, but we have to be sure. First of all, we had, you know the issue which we had with the compensations, where some of your people didn't want even to take the money. Until later on, we had to engage, and they agreed to take the money. All that delays the works. But this project is scheduled to be completed within 3 years from the time of commencement.
Honourable Hunda, then Honourable Teira.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. The people of Toro, they have asked me to ask you, Madam Prime Minister. It has been for a long time when the President pledged Buhinga Stadium, the construction of Buhinga Stadium. And Buhinga Stadium has been moving along with Achibua Stadium. And now the people of Toro, they have seen Achibua Stadium, Honorable Gwanga happily signing a contract for the people of Lango. Now the people of Toro are asking, Madam Prime Minister, how can you forget us who give this government 98% of the vote? And they are wondering if the president comes to our region, how he will face us, Madam Prime Minister.
Right, Honourable, you need the Minister for Sports to help you. Honourable Peter.
First of all, I want to begin by thanking the Right Honourable Prime Minister and all of us honourable colleagues. I want to thank Honourable Ruhunda Alex for raising this very pertinent issue regarding the stadium. I want to reiterate the commitment of HD President to the people of Tooro that the NRM government is committed to fulfilling the pledge of constructing Buhinga Stadium. As of now, it is true government has committed money, 1, to construct Hoima City Stadium, 2, to construct Akibwa Stadium, 3, as a ministry, and if funds are available, Right Honourable Prime Minister, it's within our plan as the Minister of Education and Sports to construct the stadium. So ours is to work within the available resources to construct Buhinga City Stadium. So mine is to reiterate the commitment of government and of HD President that we will continue to fulfill these pledges. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Teira.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, I thank you for the good work you're doing. Right Honourable Speaker, we are entering into a budget cycle. There are some light pledges which the President has made to various communities. Bugabla North constituency, for example, we have some schools for renovation, which he committed. Right Honourable Speaker, Right Honourable Prime Minister, may we be deliberate and incorporate these pledges into the budgeting cycle now that we are nearing 2026, so that some of them which are light can be captured in this year's coming budget so that we fulfill them. Bugabla North, for example, the 2 schools which the President pledged to rehabilitate, where you have visited even both of them. Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Education.
Well, first of all, I want to thank my colleague, and I thank you for raising the matter before the Prime Minister. But like you correctly said, how I wish we could have the names of the schools so that we look at within the ministries, like you've correctly said, looking at the next year's financial budget, some of this would be picked in and incorporated within the budget. Right Honourable Speaker and Right Honourable Prime Minister, I want to inform the country on the issue of Akibwa Stadium. As per the contract signed, I will be handing over the site officially on Tuesday in Lira City. I call upon all members of parliament, all resident district commissioners, LOC5 chairperson, and other persons to join me to hand over the project to the contractor for the construction of Akiba Olympic Stadium. I thank you so much on behalf of the Senior Minister.
Honorable Kamara. Followed by Honorable Bigaros.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have in my constituency a bridge called the Kanyamateke Bridge. This Kanyamateke Bridge was contracted. The contractor is Jesse's company. They started on the bridge, halfway done, they left the bridge there. People don't have where to pass, and it is now close to 1 year when people cannot move from that area to Kisoro town to access services like hospitals, and I have got there a health center 3 Korodi was health center 3. Mr. Speaker, during the construction...
No, Honorable Kamara, how we do questions here, eh? Now
Yes.
that's enough. So ask a question.
The question is that now the water had to back a flow and spoiled the people's crops. People's crops on about 300 acres, and my people cannot get even food to eat, cannot get where to pass to access the town Kisoro. The hospital, the health center that is there can no longer refer the patients to Kisoro. Mr. Speaker, my question is, Right Honorable Prime Minister, leader of government business, how are you going to rescue my people? One, they don't have what to eat, and they don't have where to pass, and Wozere Center 3 is also incomplete because we only made foundation and it is not on.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, when you say an issue bringing Kamara to Kampala, when you say Honorable Kamara coming to Kampala, it's very serious. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, Kanyamateke Bridge will be answered by Honorable Katumba. Let me talk about food. I request that the district disaster committee writes to the office of the Prime Minister. We shall provide food. Talk about Kanyamateke Bridge.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Kamara, I request that we share the contact of that contractor so that I follow it up and I'll give you feedback.
Honorable Minister, I request you do it today before Kamara goes back.
Today, because I know you, when he crosses Katonga, coming back would take another year.
Yes. Honorable Aisha.
Thank you so much, Right
Honorable
Speaker.
Kamara, don't go before sharing the contact. I know the bus is leaving you, but don't go.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, A few months back, the Ministry of Gender launched the GROW project from giving out money to women, which is supposed to last a couple of years, I think 3 years. But hardly 6 months into the project, less than that, the money got finished. So many women have applied to the banks, the money is not there, and yet the project is supposed to last years. What has happened to this GROW project, Right Honorable Prime Minister?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I know she's aware that sometimes we plan these projects, and once we plan this, now this GROW project is in 3 phases. Phase 1, the money may have got finished. Those people will be considered in the second phase, because we got overwhelmed by the demand of people who wanted the money. And I would suggest that the minister keeps us updated regularly as Parliament, because every time I'm here, the question of GROW comes up. We need regular. I request that you allow the minister to update the House regularly.
Right Honorable, we don't have any pending statement from her. Whenever they request, we do. But that project is doing very well, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Bigaros, then Honorable Kabanda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the people of West Nile requested for a cement center in Abin, Nagrik. But up to now, Ministry of Agriculture has not established this cement center so that we can improve the quality of our cows. May I know from the Prime Minister when this can be effected? Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Agriculture, we need cement in that area. So the cement for the animals.
For sure. For sure. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Our agency for breeding in Agric and DB has stations in the country, and we have our nitrogen center here in Entebbe. Establishing a semen center is something that requires investment. I'll get details from the Member of Parliament on what is required. However, we can give semen to the farmers of his area, and we've been training sub-county inseminators. So we will liaise and see how to help them. But artificial insemination is a detail that we cannot encourage it massively to farmers before we are sure that in each area the inseminators have been trained and the farmers have been trained. So we allow bulls to serve the animals because they are not in short supply. It's mainly the zero grazing farmers that require more of artificial insemination. I will liaise with my sister and we see how to serve that community. I thank you.
So, Honorable Kabanda, and Honorable Kirea, then Honorable Angura.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the information I wanted to give about the GROW money to the Right Honorable Prime Minister is not that this money is finished from the bank, but the bank people make it very hard for our people to get this money. Even when you reach there, getting a form becomes very difficult. They just convince you to apply for their loan. This money is there, but even getting a loan becomes very hard. The other day I saw Honorable Frank Tumwebaza, if you could just give him a chance, launching a same loan for the large commercial farmers and I think the money is going to be channeled through Housing Finance Bank. I hope it doesn't become the same like what is happening to the GROW money. The government comes up with very good ideas, but the people in the banks, they end up harassing our people, convincing them to go and apply for their loans, yet the money is there. So I wanted you to interest yourself in this so that you follow up what happens exactly in the banks. Also, Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, because this is project of yours is very good. It is going to help our large farmers, scale farmers. It is very good, but you need to interest yourself in these banks. Are they going really to give our people the money, or they are going to harass them to end up applying for their own loans?
Thank you. Honorable Claire.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. My issue was also about GROW project. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we thank government for that project because it's supposed to help us and uplift the status of women, the women in business. But that money, even before it came to the banks, women are complaining the money is not there. Banks are instead encouraging them to get money, but at the rates, or at the commercial bank rates. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, we'd like you to interest yourself in this thing and support the women, and we make sure that these women receive this money. Because even from the beginning, right from the beginning, it was very difficult for women in Isinjo to even qualify for that money. When they change the terms and conditions, they still become very difficult. When they go to the bank, they make the process so hard, and women have failed to benefit from that. Next one, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable, we do one question on this.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
I have got information from colleagues. I promise that we shall investigate and make sure that if the banks are doing this, then we shall have no alternative but to give government banks these chances to handle such monies. Yes.
Thank you. Honorable Bangura.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the President was in Bukedi recently, and in that tour, we reported to you, and through him, the PDM circles that are not receiving funds. In Bukedi, we have 32 that are not receiving these PDM funds. And for the inclusivity of everyone in the money economy, we are challenged and reminded by these circles as to when they will get the money. We are now going back home for Christmas. The assurance that was given through you is that they are going to receive this money. Are they going to have it in this next quarter?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, there was a mismatch of information by the Ministry of Local Government. And the President directed that we handle this. We have so far had 2 meetings to harmonize between the Ministry of Local Government and the Electoral Commission. So that it's not only in Bukedi, we also found that same issue in other districts like Bududa. In his place, there is one parish that does not receive money. And so we are going to handle this conclusively throughout the country, because I cannot deceive Parliament that we are going to get money tomorrow and give, because you already budgeted for the parishes that are already in existence. These ones are going to be handled next financial year.
Thank you. Let's have a maiden speech from Kisoro. Okay. Oh, she already spoke. Yes, okay. When I'm chairing, is her maiden speech.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right
and congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable. In Kisoro, we do not have a dialysis machine. People have to be referred to Mbalala Hospital, where yet it is a service that requires one to be visiting often. We are requesting that they consider giving Kisoro a dialysis machine.
That's Mutorere?
Mutorere or Kisoro Hospital, one
Kisoro
of the 2
Hospital.
big hospitals.
Okay. Right, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, dialysis is a specialized treatment for only consultants, and we don't have consultants in district hospitals and these other hospitals, they are only at regional referral hospitals. And so I request the colleagues to allow your people. That's why we have categories of hospitals. We have the district hospital, we have the regional hospital, and we have the national specialized hospitals. There are some treatment that cannot be done even in Imbarara, but you have to come to Mulago. So as we move, we shall be there, but we are not yet there.
Honorable Komakech.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, IDP camps came in northern Uganda, actually sub-region, and they left thanks to the armed officers and the commander-in-chief. The IDP camps left us with a very stubborn, stringent weed that when our farmers do agriculture, this weed does not succumb to herbicides, and it's affecting crop production. We thought the tractors that His Excellency gave us that were launched by our Honorable Minister, Honorable Mao, and the Minister himself, Honorable Frank, would help us in cultivating the wheat, but the tractors have no plow. Up to date, the tractors you gave us don't have any plow. They are just packed in. So the question is, when is Minister of Agriculture sending specialists to first name that weed and deal with it? Secondly, Right Honorable Prime Minister, when are we saving the plows for the tractors? Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister, and Honorable Minister, you can also comment on the issue raised by Honorable Kawanda about the bank, about the loan for big farmers, the loans.
I am really sorry to hear that the tractors have no plows. So I need to find out why they were not picked. So it is something I'm going to follow up. But also I'm wondering why the people who took the tractors didn't raise that to us. So, and I'm going to follow that up and I will update you. Now let me reply, colleagues. The issue, just a minute.
Honorable colleagues in Prime Minister.
Now, the issue of agricultural services, I have written an extensive circular and circulated it. You have district production coordinators. They are as experts as the people I have in Entebbe. I have sub-county extension workers. The Right Honorable Prime Minister and the President of Uganda doubled their salaries. Why are they not working? I am appealing to you, colleagues, that we launch a resistance against absenteeism. So I want the district production coordinator of your district, I am going to call them to tell me if they have a problem with prescribing treatment for that weed. Why have they not informed us? So we must really not keep here to defend each other. We must hold people we pay accountable. I apologize for the tractors not having discs. I'm going to follow it up. I will give you a report.
Honorable, on the loans for big farmers.
Right Honorable, it's actually great news, and I want to thank the Minister of Finance and Cabinet. Give them a round of applause. With your permission, we could come with the Minister of Finance to give a statement. Minister of Finance, we've been discussing how to finance large-scale commercial farmers who are not covered under PDM. So they came up on the approval of Cabinet with an interest-free loan facility for people dealing in food security crops, soybean, maize, cassava, I think even coffee, livestock. So who can bring a statement,
please,
explaining the details, the participating banks, and the criteria. But it's a wonderful policy framework.
Honorable Mpindi Bumari, Honorable Mapenduzi. No, under this one, no procedure. Please, let's proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
We are
Right Honorable
proceeding
Prime
very
Minister.
well.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, I also know you as a person who fight for the vulnerable Ugandans. But if you go to the NIDA offices, you'll find Ugandans crying every day because of the huge amount of money that is charged to them just for minor mistakes that are made on their national ID.
If the name is misspelled and someone want to correct the name, they ask for 250,000. And Ugandans don't have that money. Is there something that government can do to help those Ugandans who cannot raise that money?
Thank you. Now, Right Honorable, as you come to answer this, there's something which I saw. It was an announcement by NIRA that if you lose your ID, you pay 50,000 for replacement. Then if you damage your ID, you pay 200,000. So now, why should I go to report a damaged ID when I can lose it, and then I pay? You get it? I just throw it away, say it's lost. I pay 50,000 instead of carrying it as damaged, and I pay 200,000. Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
With related to the ID.
Please, Honourable, you know how we handle microphones here.
Right, Honourable Speaker,
Please
and Honourable
never
members.
access a microphone without my permission.
The high charge is a deterrent measure. Honourable colleagues, there is time when we started with the SAGE project. People had reduced their years on the national ID. When SAGE came, they all wanted to be 80. 80 years and above. Yes, it is a deterrent measure. Every day you go to NIRA offices, you will find lines and lines. When retirement is about to come, people want to change. They want to change the age and they become maybe 45 when they're already 60. So, I've not talked about that. So, honorable members, this is trying to deter people from fraudulently changing their identity. And two, to also make people a little bit more responsible. Because this exercise has been taking place and people can get these IDs for free. But within just 1 week, the moment they know that maybe somebody, you know, especially the younger people want to change their age. And so we are saying, let it be a deterrent measure. If you want to change your name to another name, pay. If you say you want to change your age and become a little younger so you can serve longer, pay.
Right, Honourable, can we save some time for members?
Measure. It is a deterrent measure.
Thank you. Let the committee follow up on that issue. Okay, the sectoral committee. Honourable Mapenduze.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, in March, Mr. Speaker, in March 2020, government commenced the construction project for the Gulu Logistic Hub, a very strategic facility serving the entire northern Uganda, and the neighboring countries. However, Mr. Speaker, the project affected several families, and government had made a commitment to pay them in form of compensation and severance packages. Mr. Speaker, sir, some families were paid, but families who were majorly tenants of Uganda Railways Corporation were not paid. We made several attempts to have them paid. I have personally traveled to the Ministry of Works for more than 12 times. I have been counting, and we have not had any positive feedback. Therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, would like to ask the Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, whether she can very kindly, as usual, compel the Ministry of Works to have these affected persons who have been there for almost 5 years now, struggling. Some of these families have nowhere to stay. They're in Gulu City. And you can imagine the life. Mr. Speaker, sir, my request to the Prime Minister is to prevail and have the Ministry of Works have these people paid. Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. The member is saying he went to work 12 times. Now they've run to you.
I am going to coordinate the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Works so that money is availed to the Ministry of Works to have these people paid, but after investigations.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Muricha, Honorable Honorable Kuruo, no, Honorable Kazini, Honorable Kwizera, the two colleagues. I have MPs I started with here today's session. So, yes, Honorable Tom. No, I know them, the ones who are here. So, let us first sit. Oh, Honorable Migade. Yes, Honorable Migade. Yeah. Just let's do a quick one. If we could do a quick round, we go for the party. And honorable colleagues, each one of you, the time you enter, I see you. Don't think you're too many that I can't remember when you entered. I keep monitoring when you enter.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, sir, for the opportunity. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, I want to thank you so much for the work you're doing. We really appreciate so much. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, Ntoroko secured a wage bill. We are lacking, the Ntoroko district is lacking critical staff in different departments. And government had to hold recruitment because of forensic audit. But the ban was lifted. We've been writing several letters. I've seen the ministers promising to give us permission. The district has written several letters. And lack of staff in critical departments is crippling work at the district. So, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, when are you allowing, or maybe you should intervene so that we are given, because we have our wage. We really want to pay, we want to recruit so that the work goes on at the district, because our district is being.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable members, the issue of Ntoroko is well known to me. It has been there. I know it caused some transfers and interdiction of some cows. The issue of the wage for Ntoroko, I know they have the money, but government instituted a forensic audit, and the reports are out. So I think we can now allow you to recruit. I will just ask Minister of Public Service to give you a no objection.
Thank you. Koruo.
Thank you very much. Right, Honorable Speaker. Prime Minister, the people of Toroma, whom I represent, have requested me to ask you the people of Toroma, whom I represent, have requested me to ask you the policy on establishment of a technical school. Katakwi district has 3 counties. Ngariam has 1 technical school. Usuk has 1 technical school. Toroma has 0. But the new PS has been misguided by the planning department to establish again a new technical institute, again in Ngariam, moreover in a remote area with only 1 sub-county and with 1 school under construction. Toroma County has 6 senior secondary schools that can feed this technical school. Prime Minister, can you direct, as you have directed Ikumi, this technical school to be built in Itoroma? Because the council, district council, they have rejected totally to use those funds to build the what? The technical school in where? In Ngariam.
Now, Honorable, you see how things work. You ask for your own. You don't say take away from this one. You also rob for your own. You ask the Prime Minister. That should be the approach. You don't. Minister for Education.
Right Honorable Speaker, maybe I need to declare my conflict for the record so that I state some facts clearly. In 2001, I don't know which class I was, but I think I was somewhere there. The President pledged a memorial technical institute in memory of the 39 people who were massacred by the cattle rustlers in Ngariam. I was not a member of parliament. After that, when I became a member of parliament for Usu County, Right Honorable Speaker and Right Honorable Prime Minister, again, the President, through Her Excellency the Vice President now, who was a Minister of Education and Sports, again, pledged another technical institute in memory of the father of Her Excellency the Vice President, who was killed by landmine by the LRA. So I want first to bring these facts clearly before this August House. So for that matter, there's one technical institute which the Minister of Education and Sports has been having for the district of Katakwi. And that is also called Katakwi Technical Institute, which is in my constituency, because even Usu County was in my constituency. So now, what my colleague is bringing, I want to answer it squarely. It's not Ogwang who pledged. It is the President who pledged in memory of the people who were killed by the cattle rustling then in 2001. Today is 2024. 23 years. So this pledge has not been fulfilled.
So Honorable, the other two are memorial monuments.
They are.
Then this one is a technical.
It's a technical. So now, what I expect from my colleague is to work with me as your colleague and say how we can be able to get you a technical institute in that count of Toroma.
Thank you.
But not to take away a monument which was pledged in memory of the people who have been killed. And also it's wrong, Right Honorable Speaker, because now I declared my conflict. For my colleague to come and insinuate that there are no people in that sub-county. Whom do I represent here?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I had picked Honorable Singoma and then Honorable Kazini. Honorable Singoma, we don't have time, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and Right Honorable Prime Minister, my issue is to do with the ongoing construction at Hoima City National Stadium. I have been receiving very many reports of a high level of attrition by the local people in this area. And you know, this is my constituency. And when I tried to share with the Honorable Ogwal about the problem, he said that the problem was that the Banyoro people are very lazy. Really? Really? So he put me off that way. But the rate of attrition is very, very high.
Point of order.
Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, maybe because of one of my colleagues is saying that my colleague was insinuating one Ogwal, not Ogwang. So if he's insinuating Ogwal, then I really want to say, Cecilia Delete, with due respect.
Can we confirm which Ogwang?
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Gwang, this one.
So, point of order, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, is my colleague in order to insinuate and to try to bring me in a picture that I have said that Banyoro are lazy? Because this is a tribal issue which raises my repute, and with due respect, I have been working with one of the strongest Munyoros I've ever worked with. He's here, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and she knows the caliber of a person who is standing before. I think, Right Honorable Speaker, is in order to begin to try to bring my name in a matter which he needs to address well as a member of Parliament of that area. Is in order.
Thank you. I think it depends what time the statement was made and what you are drinking, the two of you. We were not there. I don't know why it should be here. But Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I have also got reports that people from that place have not been given an opportunity to work at that site. And you know, Right Honorable Speaker, Banyoro have never been lazy.
Yes.
I want to inform Ogwang to go down on ground, because otherwise we shall have many questions when it comes to the season. You just go and prevail over those contractors to give our people employment.
Thank you.
As simple as that.
Thank you.
We have a percentage by law.
Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable Kazin, Honorable Megadi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, currently our good government is giving land titles in my constituency, Buhaguzi, in Chikobe district, at a very, very low price. But there is a category of people in Uganda parish that were settled by the government through the office of the Prime Minister. These categories of people are denied an opportunity to get these cheap land titles. May I request our able Prime Minister to give directives such that these people can also benefit from these land titles?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I was in Chikube last week, and this issue was brought to my notice. I have interacted with the Minister for Lands. They are going to go on ground and investigate and come up with the way forward. I promise I will inform the member.
Thank you, Honorable Megade. Then Albert.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, in Buvuma, we, of course, it is an island district, but there is one specific town council, which is the Liawana Town Council. Month after month, we have piracy on the lake. I've raised this issue before. Boat engines are picked by people speaking Swahili, and last month, 40 engines were taken, and 22 people were hacked. 7 of them were admitted different health centers in critical condition. But for the last so many years, we have reported no response, and actually no officer, no senior officer, not even security has gone to this area, at least to comfort the people. So my question is, what arrangements does government have to protect members of the fishing community from the pirates? And I have to be clear, this is not FPU. So these are pirates. So what arrangement does government have to protect these people with their property and also the lives? because there is no deployment in this area and it is near the Kenya-Uganda border. Thank you very much.
I can see the Minister for Defense is willing to help you, right, Honorable? Defense, they are the ones guarding. Yeah, Honorable Huda Oreru.
Right Honorable Speaker and Right Honorable Prime Minister, we have taken a note and the deployment will be done as soon as possible.
Honorable Kwizera. Oh, Honorable Albert, then Honorable Kwizera. I'll just do one.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Government of Uganda, through Minister of Works, is doing a wonderful job of upgrading Moroto-Loktonyala Road. The only challenge or the question that I will ask is that some people, some of the PAPs are being paid, some have not been paid, and the project is almost getting completed. The affected people are now asking now, if the project is complete, the contractor will go, who is going to pay them? And they want some assurance, especially from UNRWA or Ministry of Works and Transport. Thank you.
Honorable Minister. Then this what the Minister answered at the beginning. Maybe you can confirm. No.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd already alluded to this, that every contractor and service provider who has been working with UNRWA have been working with the government of Uganda. And so whatever contract was signed with UNRWA will be honored by the government and by the ministry.
Thank you. 1, 2.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For over 3 years, Right Honorable Speaker, we have people in Kasese, in Muhocha, who are living in a camp as a result of the disasters. We want to thank government because government procured land for these people. Right Honorable Minister, you've been giving directives. May I plead with you that you also give a directive for this land to be given to these people who have lived in a camp for the last 3 years. Thank you.
She's the Right Honorable Prime Minister, not Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable members, I want you to remember the 5 billion that I directed to be used for those disaster-prone areas, which we used to buy land in Kayunga, to buy land in Kasese, to construct health centers in Rwampanga, in Ntoroko, and many other places. So we bought that land, but it brought issues. The family members of that land petitioned us to the IGG. The IGG has just cleared that this land was not fraudulently acquired. I think like 2 or 3 months ago, I wrote a letter to the Ministry of Lands to help us demarcate, open up boundaries and demarcate. We are currently going to put there roads so that we can have access to the whole piece of land. Thereafter, we shall demarcate 2 acres per person. We are aware. I am one of those who directed that this land be bought. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I received a letter from Minister of Energy around March of this year, requesting me to mobilize my people that they had given C&G company to construct power lines in Palisa County. But up to today, that company has never appeared on the ground. Even the numbers which were given to us, when we try to call them, they are elusive. Could you really, Right Honorable Prime Minister, direct this company to come on the ground? My people need power in Palisa County. Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Ministry of Energy will be contacted together with my brother so that we find out whether this contract exists.
Thank you. And I'll link the honorable colleague to the owner of the company, who might be our colleague around this house. So. Yes,
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It is a matter of policy that in each county, the government said we should have a vocational institute. And in the same vein that there should be a secondary school in each sub-county. As far as I'm concerned, in Uchimbiri County, we don't have a technical institute. And in some sub-counties, like Nyarutembe, Chirondo, and Uchimbiri, we don't have any secondary school, contrary to government policy. May I kindly and humbly request the Prime Minister to direct the Minister of Education to implement the government policy, because failure of government to implement such policies are rated against the Member of Parliament. I thank you.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, it is true, government has a policy that we have a secondary school per sub-county and a technical institute per constituency. There is a lot of work that has been done in that direction. We currently have a few sub-counties without a secondary school. And we continue to appropriate money to make sure that these sub-counties have a secondary school. This year alone, we are going to have 60 secondary schools constructed and a number of technical schools. So the ministry is directed to make sure that while looking at where to put this infrastructure development, Bukimbiri should be one of them.
Thank you. Honorable Itungo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mine is a kind reminder to the Right Honorable Prime Minister about Wizwera and Sika Road. Wizwera and Sika Road. Buwejo, which is in Sika is in Buwejo. Now, this road has been a matter here by my colleagues. Honorable Koichenga is there, Honorable Francis Muricho is there. And in June, you had said all the processes were complete. It was the Minister of Finance. And now I'm happy the Minister of Finance is here, the Minister for Works is here. Madam Prime Minister, we thought this would be our gift to our people for this Christmas. So can you say something as we are going for Christmas? Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Works, with the Wera and Sika Road. It seems today Honourable Katumba didn't come with gifts.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, Buzuwera and Sika Road is already a road in the pipeline, but we are just finalizing with the Minister of Finance the financing modalities. But others, we have the contract already, and the Minister of Finance they are still negotiating on the term sheet. And once that is done, we'll have the project launched. But otherwise, it's not even in NDP4, it's in NDP3, and we will implement it before NDP3 expires.
Tebandeke.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm aware of the 1 billion Uganda shillings allocated to district for road maintenance and sort of such activities. But during this flood season, a lot of roads have been affected. And the district has no capacity to acquire the AMCO culverts that can be installed in the drained swamp areas with water logging, huge capacity. May I get to know from the Minister Works, my brother, why don't you improvise these districts with Amco culverts to effectively maintain these roads? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Yes, Right Honourable Prime Minister and Right Honourable Speaker and members. The issue of the flooding is, of course, a challenge, not only in Bali and Kayunga. We had already made a budget for acquiring, and we know most of the the most needed spots. We have already come up with a budget. We have shared with the Prime Minister, and she's again, as she should tell you, possibly she's coordinating with the Minister of Finance to see whether we can get some emergency funds to respond to this rainy season situation, which is not the normal situation of road maintenance. So let's be hopeful that the Prime Minister will be able to get some money. Yes.
I want the honorable member to appreciate. Sometime back you came here and you were requesting government to help you connect Galilaya to Kawongo. That was done. Once in a while, appreciate. Tebandeke appreciate my son.
Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Bali, we do appreciate the elevation of Kanda Kawongo swamp by the government. But now there are a lot of other pending issues.
By which government? NRM government.
Honourable Speaker, I felt it necessary that when government has really acted on members' issues, they should once in a while appreciate. And one of them is that one. So, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, as you are aware, the policy is now that people leave the swamp areas. I want you to inform your people, those who are settling back to those swamp areas, not to go back. Because again, that place will flood, because we are told they are going back to those swamp areas. And yet we bought them land at a place called, is it in Chedicho? So we are going to settle them in Chedicho. Let's not go back. Thank you so much.
Lop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be very brief. I want to thank the Prime Minister for dispensing lots of justice to the questions. A quick one on traffic lights, which was a question raised by the Honorable Organ. Much as Organ of Kumi municipality. Much as these traffic lights are hyped, where they are even in the capital city here, most of them are malfunctional, Mr. Speaker. And I would like the Prime Minister to appreciate that. That either they could be using old technology, because most of these road junctions or those junctions in Kampala, if it were not for traffic police officers, there would be accidents and lots of confusion and clashes by road users because of those traffic lights malfunctioning. This last question on road maintenance in disaster-prone districts that have or places that have natural calamities like a flood, so even landslides. The ministry should be, I think, regularly prevailing upon accounting officers not to have roadworks during downpours, heavy downpours, because this has always affected the structural integrity of roads all over. With those few comments, I rest my case.
No,
And I wish you...
On that last point, Honorable Nambishi.
Yes, please.
I think the ministry did, because I was in my area and I asked, why aren't you working? My chairman, LC5, Mr. Khadija Benon, told me the ministry had issued guidelines that they shouldn't start on roadworks during the rainy season. And
Most obliged, but there were some very stubborn cows. I want to mention...
Thank you.
I want to mention adversely the one of Uruda, for instance. They stubbornly worked, purportedly conducted works during heavy downpours.
Thank you.
And there is virtually nothing to show.
Now,
with this, I would like to wish honorable members the best of the Christmas and the next year, 2025. May God abundantly bless you all.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. I want to once again guide. Okay, right, Honorable Prime Minister. Oh, it's a statement? No, it's Prime Minister. That one would require me to amend the order paper.
No.
So if it's a verbal message,
it is.
The rest you will speak.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I want to first of all thank you and the Speaker for conducting business this year very well. A lot of government business has been achieved and done, especially the RAPEX, and I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to members, I want to appreciate you most sincerely, the chairpersons of committees and the whips, for the work well done. 2024 has been a successful year. I want to also inform members that I was again elected as the female leader of the year in Africa. And I believe all this is because of the teamwork. The cabinet ministers, I want to appreciate you. And more especially the head of state for the work well done. May God bless you all. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you. You can see we have more reason for celebration after this. Honorable colleagues, once again, I want to inform committee chairpersons. I want to once again inform and guide the committee chairpersons, especially sectoral committees, that we have today received the budget framework paper. We have also received the National Development Plan 4. The National Development Plan 4 should inform the budget framework paper. So, you cannot start processing the budget framework paper as sectoral committees before we approve the National Development Plan 4. So, sectoral committees, please use this period to be sorting out your business which you had not yet completed, because we are going to be handling the budget. We want to concentrate and we scrutinize the budget deeply. So use this period which we are going in are the 2 weeks when the budget committee will be handling the NDP 4. Use it very well, scrutinize, and we'll finish. Then, national economy also, please, you can utilize that time when the budget committee is very busy to tap into members to process the loans we have brought quickly so that they can be completed. There is one loan which was expiring tomorrow, and it was brought today. And I'm sorry I had to insist a loan cannot spend 2 years in the corridors of the executive and come spend 1 day on the floor of Parliament. It had to be processed the way it should be processed. So I want us to avoid these situations when the loans are ready. Honorable Minister, Honorable Prime Minister would really always facilitate the Honorable Minister for Finance, especially on documents, on issues that require statutory deadline, to get space quickly on the cabinet order paper. They get space on the cabinet order paper so that we don't stampede parliament here. I know he finished long time ago, most of this, but cabinet approval usually takes some time. So if we can coordinate very well on that, we will do a very excellent job. Otherwise, we promise to continue supporting you, to continue working together. This coming financial year, now we are going into the budget. Colleagues, read the documents they are giving. Please don't wait to ride on submissions of others on the floor. Go read. Go read. That's when you'll be asking the relevant questions. We don't complain, we don't, We want to thank you as the leadership of Parliament. The main speech thanking you will be at the venue outside, but on behalf of the Speaker and on behalf of the leadership of Parliament, we appreciate you for always supporting us to execute our mandate. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. House, I'm going to adjourn the House sign die, but the committees have to come back quickly, because when you look at 2 weeks from now, we might call you very, very early, first week of Jan, or immediately second week of Jan, to approve the National Development Plan, so that we can now go on the budget framework paper. House adjourned, sign die.